Can you hear me now? Hopefully that works now. I was having some weird issues. Oh. Hello. Basically, everything has been conspiring to mess me up today, but, you know, the universe cannot pee in my Cheerios today, because a lot of good things have happened. Am I very low? Or is the music very low? I'm good? Okay. All right. All I'm going to do is put this up here. I'm going to put it on loop. I'm going to put this up as well.
You can take away my spaceship.
Or we're going to do that.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Victura just resubscribed for 50 months. Hot Mech Summer continues with incoming power loaders. Shall we call it the Belter? Loader?
Paul Berserker 01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. All right. All right. So, I'm going to let this play a little bit. I'm just going to let you watch this. This is the big news. Okay? This is the big news. By the way, this is the Office Hours. So the Office Hours is where we talk a little bit about Star Citizen lore, news, kind of stuff. It's kind of like a talk show, but about Star Citizen. I'm going to be doing tomorrow. I'm going to be hanging out with Logan Plays, who's also in the chat, where we're going to be playing basically nothing but Space Marine 2. Hold on. Let me do this proper. We will fight for the Emperor.
Because duty is eternal. And there is only war.
Got his chainsword on. Space Marine, attack! Strike from the sky, brothers! All right. It's good to hear. All right. Now I'm about to hit you with even more hype. Are you ready? I'm just going to play this in the background, music in the background as well. Oop, the wrong button.
So, where do you want it?
Put out a little bit.
So, where do you want it? So, where do you want it?
It's called Atlas.
So, where do you want it?
Oh! Her voice is doing things to me. Oh, of course, CIG. Yeah, it's called Atlas. Again, how many Atlases do we need, CIG? But I mean, come on. It makes sense. Yes, way. Yes, way. The way that they're teasing it is exactly the same way they teased the release of the Copian and the Merrick. This is coming on 3.24.x. This is a 3.24x. This is legit. It's on Twitter right now. You can see my top reply. Oop. The vehicle's called the Atlas. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Hey, independent speaker. Will the combat variant of the mech be called the Atlas Legionnaire? No, it's even worse there, Citizen Ninja. The combat version of the exosuit is called the Zeus system. It is called the Zeus system. It's made by Virgil Ltd. God, it's an Atlas Titan. Oh God. Put an image of an Atlas from Titanfall, and you put an image of this. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. I'd like to buy a retcon for 400, Paul. To be fair, the Zeus system was named before they were going to do the Zeus Mark II, so. How long until the first death match? It's probably already happened. Now, let's be clear. This is not a combat mech. Or even an exosuit. This is just the power loader. Now, in lore, they mention that they have the power loader version. They also have a salvage version and a mining version. So I wouldn't be surprised if CIG releases all three as variants. Well, I mean, a Titan suit in Star Citizen is not anywhere the size of a Titan in Titanfall. Titans are like 10 feet tall. At most are like 20 feet tall. At most, the Titan suit in Star Citizen is like 10, maybe 12 feet tall. It's not that tall. This makes sense that it'd be Grey Cat because they also make the tractor beam mining tool and cutting tool. Yeah. And what kind of situation do you think this would be more useful than a tractor beam? So let me explain something for you all to understand, because this is something that I think a lot of Star Citizen fans don't grasp right now, which is that Star Citizen is about to change a lot when 4.0 comes out. One of the big things that's going to happen is the addition of resources. And we already have resources, but what I mean is that everything is going to use resources. Everything is going to use resources. Your engine requires fuel to run, so turning on your engine is going to eat your hydrogen source. It's also going to eat into your hydrogen fuel for flying. So to keep your power plant alive, you are going to be using more hydrogen than you think. You're also going to be generating heat, which you need to cool. So you either need to have really efficient coolers or a really big surface area to be able to cool it off. And you need to pipe that heat to your coolers so that they can cool off. And if your coolers are damaged, then your heat's going to build up and it's going to injure you because you're inside the ship as it gets hotter, and it'll damage your equipment, which will then cause higher chances of faults, which will cause fires. So when you have your tractor beams right now, they are overpowered. They were never intended to be this powerful. The hand tractor beam is literally supposed to have a couple of minutes of use, and it's mostly designed to be a multi-tool so that you could use it for emergency maneuvering in EVA or picking something up like in a temporary situation. The main way you're going to be moving boxes, even like 2 SCU boxes, 1 and 2 SCU boxes, is going to be the tractor beam gun. But that has batteries, and it's going to need to be swapped out over time. It has energy. It will also likely be reduced so that it can't really do anything beyond 8 to 16, probably 8 SCU containers. That's where you have the Atlas, the Grey Cat Atlas coming in. It's likely either going to be able to pick up with its hands, like larger things, but it'll probably also mainly have a big tractor beam, probably this equivalent of a ship's tractor beam on it, so it can use tractor beams to load larger containers. And it has longer lifespan because it runs off of a vehicle power plant, almost certainly. And this is not confirmed yet, but I'm using context clues to kind of figure out how that works, because it's I wouldn't be surprised if it's the same sort of power plant as like a hover vehicle. So it's basically an MPVU with legs, MPUV with legs, but unlike an MPUV, it can maneuver into smaller spaces. Tractor beams have strength, like ship tractor beams will be stronger than handheld versions. I imagine the power loader will be stronger than the hand one. Yeah, it'll be probably the equivalent of something like the MPUV, or maybe a little bit weaker, but stronger than most hand ones. They'll have a space for it. Now, the reality is it was built for Squadron. Like, Chris Roberts loves aliens. I don't mean Xenos, I mean the movie franchise. He absolutely loved Aliens, the entire franchise. The reason why, I got the scoop on this, the reason why the website is called Robert Space Industries and not starcitizen.com is because Chris was inspired by the ARG that they did for Prometheus with WaylandYutani.com. That was the Prometheus's website for a long time, was WaylandYutani.com. So that's what he was trying to mimic when he was doing RobertSpaceIndustries.com. That's how much this man loves fucking aliens. That's completely out of context. That's weird. But yeah, that's how much he loves the Aliens franchise. So the power, they mentioned the power loader from Aliens a lot in the early concepts. When they compared when they said, okay, what's a Titan suit? They said, it's a power loader from Aliens. They kept constantly referring to that. So Chris, you don't want to emulate Wei Yu of all people. Yeah, I kind of sat there after a while. I was like, Chris, you do understand that Weyland-Yutani is not the good guys, right? They're the bad guys. Like, they are the company. They are the bad guys of the universe. They are the antagonist. Not even the antagonist. They're the evil, like, mustache twirling villain. The aliens are just like a force of nature that the company manipulates. I gotta believe that Chris understands that, and I do believe that. I do wonder if Chris if that means that Robert Space Industries is Weyland-Yutani, which would be an interesting twist. Good day, sir. Yes. Does this fill out the unannounced vehicle numbers? I think these are the 3 vehicles that were, because they had 3 vehicles in gray box going into Lot 0, which really quickly. They were going really quickly, and my thought was, today I was thinking about it after seeing it. I'm like, this has got to be what that is. Good and bad is a matter of perspective.
You can take away my spaceship.
I don't see many people saying Weyland-Yutani is is the good guy.
Take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
It has been around for a long time? Yeah.
Midnight Black SC just resubscribed for 36 months.
Thank you so much to Midnight Black for that 36 months of support. You're very important, Pupper. Very impressive, Pennsylvania pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I work for the company, but don't eat. You do work for the company, see, Daddy. Yeah, they were competitors. They're in the same universe. According to Ridley Scott, yeah. Let that fool you. Let that fool you. I'm really really an okay guy. There's also Hornet variants. It could be, but they've already announced that they're working on those. I would be surprised if those were the ones we got. I wouldn't. It could be though. I wonder how many kinds of mechs we'll have. We'll have 4. 3 civilian, 1 military. And this is where I'm going to go into crazy theory territory, but I think it matches up. And I want to see what CIG does with this, because I have a theory. One of the things that I think Fallout 4 did really well. Fallout 4 is not a very good game. For a Fallout game, it's okay. Generally speaking, for a Fallout game, it's not great. But one of the things they did really well was the gangs and the gang differentiation, like the different, like the individual names and stuff like that. And that the fact that most of the bosses had power armor, but they didn't really have power armor. They had Raider power armor, which was just a frame with random shit stapled to it as armor. Now hear me out. CIG's been trying to do bosses. They want to do bosses in Star Citizen, and everyone's like, it's going to be really bullet spongy. It's like, but we have civilian power loaders. What would they already kind of stripped the hell out of weapons and other things to create ad hoc weapons. Why wouldn't they just bolt steel plates onto the to the sides of a power loader and then stick a big gun on that thing instead of a tractor beam? Are you serious? They mentioned in Alien Resurrection that Yutani got bought by Walmart? That's weird. Hold the gun with the tractor beam. I'm telling you. That's exactly... Hey, Bones, how you going? Bone! What do they call the hull material? The material you scrape off RMC. Reclaimed into recycled material containers or whatever? Yeah. But what ships can we fit the power loader into? I wouldn't be surprised if the way that you loaded the power loader is it folds down and you take a tractor beam and then pick it up and move it into something. And then you pull your tractor beam out to an area, and then you step into it and you step up and you walk around. Though, that being said, the C2 easy. Like, Easy money C2. Hi, I'm wondering if you heard why the Zeus Mark II ES is a better radar than the 400i. That's the first time I've heard about it. I don't know. The problem is we don't know how scanners work yet, really. So I can give you the short answer. The ES is an actual explorer. The 400i is a cruiser. It's a camper van. They're different types of ships. The 400i is not an exploration vessel. Even CIG has gone out of its way multiple times to say it's not a Pathfinder. It's not an exploration vessel. It's a transport vessel. It's a glamper van, yeah. So people are asking, will it actually pick up boxes? I don't know. My default answer is beams. Because this is Beam Citizen, and it's okay. Drugs make people tanky too? Yes, they can. But I'm pretty sure that like that's an easy response, is just let the artist go a little crazy with the frame they have, build an overlay to swap out the you know, build a variant that's just Frontier Titan armor, Frontier Combat Titan armor, and just have different like variants, different like skins that you can put on it to have different like looks to it, and then give it a size 1 mount that you can then stick weapons to. That's perfect. That is the right amount of grunge and 80s ridiculousness that I'd expect out of Star Citizen. Any idea when they're manufactured yet? Probably Grey Cat. Based off its look, its design, and its coloration, it's almost certainly Grey Cat. The lore of Grey Cat is basically, if it is not a ship, but it involves some sort of industrial manufacturing or mining capabilities, it's Grey Cat. And that screams Grey Cat. There's no other, like the only other company that even cuts close, that's even been mentioned in lore that builds these things, is Virgil Ltd. And what Virgil did is take that thing, they took that, they take, oh, let me pull it up. I'm gonna mute it, but they take this and they strip it out here and there. They add a bunch of armor plating to it, make it a little bit smoother for entry and exit, and add guns to it. They took that and turned it into power armor. This could be Virgil, but I don't see this being Virgil. I see this being Grey Cat, based off of a lot of the different like visual cues and design styles. Will it be a pledge? There's no way CIG is showing this on Twitter, and it's not already. They don't have a store page. Isn't that right, C Daddy? One of the people who puts stuff like this on the store page. I don't know what you're talking about. It says Atlas. Yeah, it says Atlas on there. To explore the stars, the most notable endeavor, the Origins Artworks has risen to the occasion by crafting a 400i, the ultimate high-performance Pathfinder. Well, they do call it a Pathfinder. I remember what CIG said when it originally came out, is that it wasn't an exploration vessel. Like, they constantly try to say it's not an exploration vessel. That was one of those things, because I remember that discussion early on. People were like, "Was this an exploration vessel?" And everyone said, "No, it's a glamper van. It's glamping. It's a camper sort of thing." And that's constantly what they discussed about it too. Looking forward to getting rolled by a squad of these. This is just a power loader. You're not going to do anything. I don't think this is going to be very fast either. I imagine it's going to be pretty slow in comparison to other, like, even like players. I imagine the combat version is probably fast as fuck, boy, but like not as this. What's the purpose of having this thing? Knowledge, fun, coolness. We already explained it a little bit earlier, though. In gameplay purposes, they're going to use this as the stopgap between vehicles and handheld tractor beams. So, especially when they add in resources, like your tractor beam isn't going to be able to last as long as this will, and you won't be using stamina or any other thing like that because it's a little bit because you're like operating a vehicle, so probably have less or vehicle armor, whatever. Oh, no. See, are you kidding me, Q-Pan? They're not going to make the mule work. The Mini won't have an unlimited battery yet. Does C-Daddy work at CIG? C-Daddy does work at CIG. Do not bother C-Daddy too much. I was mostly making fun of him. I was mostly giving him a razz. That's all. You know what they say about a fool and his money. I don't know what you're talking about. I already have 15 of these in my account, and I didn't even. It's not even for sale yet. I will also say, this is the same company that sells digital luxury yachts. Like, CIG is very much not a everything needs to have a practical purpose kind of company. We're gonna make cool shit. You want cool shit? Here, you can do cool shit in this game. And frankly, I don't care. I'm gonna use this thing for combat. I'm gonna die a lot, but I'm gonna see how well this thing can survive orbit. You've been abused by a moderator? What did... Oh. I just said 6 messages were deleted by a moderator. What did you say? The mule is a stupid, nonsensical design. Oh, that was Q-Pan. Or Darsh, one of the two. And here's a meshing test. It was supposed to happen today. Last I checked. Let me double check to see if there's a message of the day update. It's on the way. 1,024 people allegedly. Where'd they get that 1024 come from? What the mule needs is a tractor beam. I mean, it needs one of the tractor beams that's going to come with the Atlas. $1,024 people in the test. 1024 is a programming number. What does it typically mean there, Shemp? I'm not familiar with it. Last we heard, it was going to be 800 people for the test. To the 10th power. It's just 1 gig. Oh, okay. Maybe she's just having a fun day. Yes, apparently it's on the way tonight. It's starting tonight. Okay, it's the number for bytes. Got it. Oh, so Waka said it's going to be 800, but they might go up to over 1,000 if it goes well. Okay. Everyone gets to test Night Cobb. It's completely open to everybody. Nope. It's completely no NDA. Open to everyone. Anyone can stream it. You can do what you need to it. Titan suit. Yes. Here you go. Hold on, I'm gonna turn the music off so you can hear it.
So, where do you want it?
You happy now? I don't think it's Argo. Argo is not that kind of company. It could be anything, but it doesn't seem like that. Totally ripped from Ripley. Yeah, Drycon, when was your what was your first hint that Chris Roberts is a fan of the Aliens franchise? If that's the first time, brother, may I introduce you to the Reclaimer? Was that from YouTube? That is on Twitter. Yeah, I can't tell you how much they steal from the Aliens IP, and I'm here for it. I like the way that they described it in the Squadron 42, like the I held the line, is that it's a love letter to 80s science fiction. That's what Star Citizen is. It's tape. It's a bit of tape futurism. It's got aliens. I mean, like, I wouldn't be surprised to hear that Chris Roberts' favorite director is Ridley Scott, because he likes to quote a lot of stuff that Ridley Scott does. Especially the "What We Do Now Echoes an Eternity" quote. So like, yeah, Aliens, Blade Runner, you got elements of, obviously, Star Wars and Battlestar Galactica, even has some Babylon 5 tinges in it, those 90s, but yeah. I haven't seen Romulus. I'm going to say this. Oh, did the bot catch something? Oh, I got it. You're good knowledge. Yeah, it's an auto feature. Twitch has an auto feature on up there. I'm gonna say something that people aren't gonna like. A lot of people are gonna look down on me for this. But while I recognize that Alien and Aliens as a franchise is a good movie and a good franchise, it's just not my cup of tea. I know the references. I even know the lore behind a lot of it. I even played Alien Isolation. Good game. Just not really my thing. Ban myself. I'm a big proponent of you don't have to like something, and you don't, if you don't like something, it doesn't mean it's bad. It just happens. Some people like things, other things. I don't even know you anymore. I've seen Alien and Aliens. It's been a while since I've seen them. I get the references. And yeah, I mean, H.R. Giger is amazing. Like the style, it's kind of like a lot of people don't really understand that before Alien and Aliens, like space aliens were so a joke. Like you had Star Trek in the 60s, which is just makeup. And you had other things, but it was like the Blob or something like that. It was basically like either human but green, or amorphous creature. You know, people don't realize how much Giger's impact on like alien design, Xenomorph, is so iconic because it set the tone for what aliens could look like. You're honestly surprised by that? What? That I'm not a huge fan of the Aliens franchise? Again, it's fine. I like it, but it's not something that I like run out and watch. Like I've never seen Prometheus. I didn't watch Alien. What was that one? Not Romulus. The one after Prometheus. I never watched that one either. Oh, Space Above and Beyond. I love Space Above and Beyond, yeah. Covenant. Yeah, Alien Covenant. Yeah, I have. I like Alien Isolation. It's probably one of the best like horror style games I've ever seen. It's all the right tone for what it needs to be, plus it also hits the aesthetic perfectly. I think the power loader is coming in 3.24. So I've seen Alien 1, I've seen Alien and Aliens. I'm definitely a bigger fan of the Predator series, but that's because I like its insanity. I understand why people like Aliens. It's fine. The Alien franchise had 2 films. But what I'm saying is, I get why people like them, but it's not the franchise that I really follow hardcore. Like, I get why people like Battlestar Galactica. I've watched almost all, I think I watched all of Battlestar Galactica and the new one, and I watched most of the old one. But for me, it's kind of neat. It's not something I'm like super influenced by. But I do recognize that Aliens specifically is the reason why we have science fiction. Like, there are 2 influences. The oldest influence for military sci-fi is Starship Troopers. The next newest one is the Aliens. Aliens is the blueprint. James Cameron's Aliens is the blueprint for modern science fiction, military science fiction, because that's what Halo was. Those you don't know, the entirety of Halo 1 is just an Aliens ripoff. And they don't even fucking hide it. I love Johnson, but we all know who Johnson is. Combat plagiarized. It is. They even use we're screwed, man. We're screwed. Capone. Apone, yeah, Apone. Dude, Apone's my fucking military icon. That's what I mean. Sergeant Johnson is just Apone. Yeah, if we say his name right. Down to the, like, wakes up out of cryo, pulls out a fucking cigar, immediately starts smoking. We're gonna watch it here live again, though. It's on Amazon, Jaybird. It's on Amazon Prime, the Expanse series. It's weird. Yes, it's intentionally weird. I'm telling y'all now. I'm going to say this now because I've heard people talking about it, and I tend to agree with this. It's coming out in 3.24. 3.24.1 whatever. Probably, and my guess would be the 20th. Maybe not, because they said it's going to be playing until like the 14th is when Jumptown's going. My guess would be not next week, but the week after next is when they're going to do their 3.24.x patch. Sacre mou! Yes. I'll put the link. Did you put the Twitter post in? I'll put the Twitter post in. They said it was coming out in 3.24.x. What? Is The Expanse worth it? I've only watched a few episodes. It depends. I think it is. If you want to watch legitimately some of the best television, science fiction television that's been made in years, you can get, I think, all of the 5 seasons of The Expanse for an Amazon Prime, and it's like, God, fuck. It's, I want to say 30 hours, 40 hours. It's like 10 episode seasons, and then some of them are less, a little bit less, but they have a little bit longer, like a little bit longer runs because they don't have to do ads like they did when they did with science fiction or with Sci-Fi Channel. Because on Sci-Fi Channel, they did 3 seasons of The Expanse, I want to say. Yeah, 3 seasons of The Expanse with the Sci-Fi Channel. The 4th season was done on Amazon, and 5th season was done on Amazon. I think that was it. Oh, no, 6. There were 6 seasons, I think. The book ending is very weak. 3 and 3. Okay, yeah. So 6 seasons, yeah. You're getting a lot of content. You probably, if you want to sit there and marathon it, you could probably marathon all 6 seasons in like 3 days. That's how much. And like, that's like sitting there and watching. Like you can watch like a season a day. It's like that long. I don't know if it's got a movie. They were planning on doing a movie where they would do the books like 7, 8, and 9, the last 3 trilogy, but it kind of ends on a shitty cliffhanger. So. The book is a gosh darn masterpiece. Depends on the book. The first book is a little rough. The second book, they find their stride. Third book is really good. The 4th book, everyone thinks is kind of falls off. A lot of people don't like it because it was an experiment. And then the 5th book and the 5th and 6th book are actually one book. They just took one book and they split it into 2. It's one story, continuous story. And those are some of the best books in science fiction in terms of that sort of hard sci-fi genre. It is great. Page turners. So it depends on where you are, Jaybird, but Amazon Prime has a Amazon Video. Prime Video is what it's called. Have I seen the new RSI page? They updated it. They did. You can see the style. I wonder why they updated the page. Here's the cool thing. You want to see something real cool? They updated the Squadron 42. I wonder why they upgraded the Squadron 42 side of the site. Shop doesn't have anything. No, doesn't. This is still fucking old though. I think this is a bit updated.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
That's so old. We're getting Titan suits for fishing. What's actually coming? I don't know.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
You
can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Silky68 just resubscribed for 48 months. All hail Titan suits.
Thank you so much, Silky, for that 48 months. You're a very important pub, a very impressive piece of any pedestrian. This your father who's drinking at trust. All right, let me hit you with it. Let me hit you with a chat. For those of you who are like, Paul, what the fuck are you talking about? Titan suits? That's just a power loader from Aliens. I am going to hit you with stuff that you probably have never seen before. And by the way, if you're new here, hi, I'm Paul. I do a lot of stuff with lore for, I don't work for CIG, but I like lore. So I do lore content on Star Citizen. I also have done lore content on Titanfall and Starfield. And I'll probably do one on MechWarrior 5. I am going to do one on MechWarrior 5. I'll probably do some 40K stuff. Not now. Not right now, but eventually. All right. Towards the bottom. All right. Boop. So you apply for the academy again. Apply to the academy again. This is a Titan suit.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Folks_Trod just resubscribed for 23 months, almost 2 years. Is SQ42 out yet?
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Chaos Vice just resubscribed for 11 months. Star Mecha FTW laughing face.
Star Mecha for the win. Thank you so much, Chaos. You're very important, Pubber. Very impressive, Pennsylvania pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason you're drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. So yeah, it's mostly for Squadron. But CIG has this thing where anything they put into Squadron, they're going to put into Star Citizen. I don't think there's really any chance we're not going to see these things in game at some point. And in the past, people were like, well, they won't sell them because X, Y, or Z. My brother in Christ, CIG will sell everything and anything. They've already broken that multiple times. Do not tell me they will not sell that thing for like $100. CIG will sell everything that they have. Yeah, everything's up for sale. CIG broke that seal a long time ago.
Them biddies.
While I will also be getting a mech suit, is this the ship they're releasing to distract from the 4.0 release delay?
They wouldn't. I don't know if they'll. See weird things. All right. No, I don't think they're. And I don't think they're releasing this to distract from the 4.0. I think it's just it was ready. And originally, when they were going to have 4.0 come out around this time, they were going to have this come out with 4.0. I don't believe the basic one will cost more than an MPUV tractor. I disagree. You know why I disagree? Because CIG, one, understands hype marketing. So they will charge more money for this because there's hype to it. Not this, but the power loader version. It's going to come with 4.0. Oh, no. Wow, my camera just died there. The universe really just wanted to mess with me today. Deactivate. Activate. It cannot handle the hype. There we go. It's almost certainly coming out in 3.24. They wouldn't be teasing it like that if there was going to be in 4.0 after they said 4.0 is going to come out a little later. So. CIG has delayed the release of 4.0. But in CIG's own logic, which I understand, I also know that most people don't give a shit because they don't understand it that way. CIG is not delaying 4.0 because 4.0 to them is it ready to be put into a position where we can test it? Once it's being tested, it's out. Because it's out. It's out of their hands. They're just going to mess with it and try to improve it and move on. But to a backer, it's not out until it hits live. So our CIG is like, nah, it's not delaying our development of 4.0 at all. The backers say, you're lying to us. You're delaying the release of 4.0. And it's like, yeah, but they don't talk like that. Because CIG uses what I've been saying for a long time, weasel words. These are words that mean something to them or that they know they can't get pinned down on, that they can then refer back to and said, we never said that because we said this. You misinterpreted us. It's up to you. Because they've said things that are very specific in the past and they've got nailed for them. So they've learned how to talk around the backers. Thank you, Adnan. Hopefully you enjoy them. Words of flexibility. Yes. I'm with you, Iris. I actually believe that like when I've made videos and I made the video and I think I even said it in that video if I didn't come across clearly enough. I didn't want CIG to rush Squadron 4.0 out. I don't want them to rush Squadron 42 either. I don't want them to rush 4.0 out because I'd rather them have a good time to test, but also release it in a way that is going to come up before the end of the year so they can get the maximum amount of bodies in the fucking game to break as much as possible before the ass end of the year so that they can have a chance to fix it and then release hot fixes. And then, but when we go into the holiday break, we have a mostly stable 4.0 rather than a open PTU or a complete dumpster fire that they dump and then fix for 3 months. Because I feel like that takes a lot more time when they come back from break to fix things than it is if they do it before break. Yeah. it's possible then 4.0 isn't all that far away, and we do prefer to show rather than tell. Ambiguous terms, yes. Someone asked about how many Squadron 42 episodes? 3. Though if CIG does if Squadron 42 does well and they do a second one, then they'll probably do a third one if they guaranteed. If the first one does well, then we'll get the other 2, and probably get the other 2 much faster because they're just going to do what Mass Effect 3 did with Mass Effect 2, where they just kind of took what they already built and then just slightly improve it and release it. Like add new textures, new models, new universes, whatever, some slight tweaks to the gameplay to make it a little bit better, and then just go. So we're probably looking at what Aaron said, 2 years between releases. I think that's ambitious, but it's Aaron, so he's always ambitious. I would say maybe 3 to 4 years between releases. So I wouldn't be surprised if Squadron comes out next year, that we would see a Squadron 42 Part 2 in 2027 or 28. Merge out of the release a streaming pile on BTU. People test it, burn out, and the patch goes live. Patches game-breaking steaming pile. People froth about how bad it is and blame everyone. You know, us, the people playing the QA test for CIG, for burning out testing it cycle. I agree. And I also think that CIG needs to start releasing the games as steaming piles of shit to live faster. Because they tend to fix more things when everyone's mad at them. And my response is always when someone says, well, the Evocati got burned out and they didn't want to play anymore. It's like, yeah, you could have joined them, but you decided not to because you don't want to. Yeah. Wait, would that mean the development will slow down again because the team's going to split up again? So, yes and no. You've got to remember that a lot of the stuff that was built for Squadron was built because it didn't exist in Squadron. So you won't need the teams to be building gameplay for Squadron Part 2. They don't need to rebuild, like, flight mechanics. They don't have to rebuild the quantum mechanics, the quantum travel mechanics for Squadron 42 Part 2. They can still use that. They can reuse a lot of assets and a lot of fundamentals. You probably won't see much, if any, difference between Squadron 42 1 and 2. The main difference will be they'll have cinematics, different characters, different like mocap designs, that sort of thing. It's just going to be a kind of a side grade rather than an upgrade. They're going to reuse a lot of the assets. Well, what happened? Someone almost died on a plane? Umblissimo? Your plane blew up. That's good to hear no one's hurt. Oh, yeah, it actually happened to me when I was going to CitizenCon or TwitchCon at one point. It was in midair and one of the engines exploded. Didn't explode, caught on fire, and died. Right next to my window. A little disconcerting. I watched it light on fire and stop working from my window. This was years ago, 2-3 years ago. Still managed to land the plane. They actually made it to the location they were going to anyways, because they were already en route. Landed the plane, and the pilot who was flying that plane got off with us, and we actually had a another. Actually, no. I think we didn't land at the location. We did land somewhere else, and then got off the plane and boarded another one. And the pilots who were on that plane got onto that plane with us as well, and they were telling us about what happened because I was sitting next to them, or close by them, and all the other passengers were talking with them. We all clapped when they landed that plane. We talked about it, and they're like, "Yeah, it's not the first time it's happened. It was pretty crazy, but we do these sorts of training, so we know what we're doing." Yeah, there was a pilot announcement. Well, shit. I mean, we're talking about like TwitchCon, like 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah, alien power suits. It was a Boeing, but we're talking about a 707. So what are your thoughts on CIG releasing 1.0 and Squadron 45? Ooh, Squadron 45. At the same time, you think? No. I think Squadron 42 is coming out next year at the earliest. I'd rather it come out in summer of 2026 because A, could use more testing. B, better time to release than around fucking GTA 6. That's a fucking mistake. But I also don't think that 1.0 is coming out until for minimum 3 years. You assume GTA 6 is coming on time. That's true. You're right. What are we getting, Squadron 43? There's no Squadron 43. It's Squadron 42 Part D. Squadron 42 Squadron Harder. 3. We're looking at 3 years for 1.0. Expeditionary Force books. Sounds familiar. I don't remember though. When are they making Squadron 999? Well, that's the other thing. I think once Squadron 42 is over, one of the things that Chris said that they wanted to do was just make a bunch of single player games every 2 to 3 years using the Squadron's sort of assets to raise money, and basically doing what the Lego games did, because again, a lot of folks who work on Squadron worked on the Lego games, so they're using a similar sort of approach to building. So I'd expect something like Squadron or a Star Citizen Privateer. That's almost guaranteed. CIG has so many assets from Star Citizen, and they like to tell single player stories. They of course they do. Just take the verse, and you can play Star Citizen single player with a story to it. That's just like, we have the assets. We just need to do fucking cutscenes. Yeah, he was a producer on Lego games. He ran, I forgot which company he ran. But he ran a company, I can't remember the name of it, but when I was at CitizenCon, basically everyone I talked to about their history, almost all of them worked for the company. They said, yeah, they had Lego games, so yeah. Aaron Roberts, yeah. Like that's an easy layup for CIG. Let's just do open world Star Citizen single player with a story to it. Lego team, building blocks, it all makes sense now. Will you be able to log into Star Citizen with your ship, Quantum and cross Pyro, hop into a terminal in your ship and boot up an instance of Squadron 42? Probably not. It's going to be a separate launcher. You're going to have to launch Squadron 42 from the launcher versus Star Citizen. Getting known actors again. I don't think you need to get known actors for like a spin-off series, because if CIG manages to make Squadron 42 fun and engaging, you don't need a bunch of big name actors to do your bidding. You just need a good gameplay. But it's not like Chris doesn't have connections with big name actors because of the people he's worked with in the past. And at that point, they'll have the money. So, like, here's an example. There are two people who are on Wing Commander who we have not seen in the in Star Citizen in any way, shape, or form. The Scooby Gang. I can't remember their names. Matthew Lillard is one of them, but and Freddie Prinze Jr. Matthew Lillard and Freddie Prinze Jr. I'm sure Chris still knows them. I'm sure he knows their agents. I'm sure he could call them up and get them to come onto a Squadron 42 privateer. Do you think Hamill will drink from cow eggs in Squadron 42? We have seen it, but it was very early on we saw him, and he was very clean shaven. Death Trooper, so feature complete is not the same as content content complete. That's the way of putting it. Basically, CIG has entered alpha with Squadron 42. They're in the polishing phase, which means that they're going to do pickup shots, remocap some things, smooth out animations, and those sorts of things. Matthew Lillard is an amazing actor, and he's been doing a lot of independent work and using a lot of his money to help other small independent films do things. He's good. He's great. That's why if Chris could get him and Freddie Prinze Jr. back to but yeah, Freddie Prinze Jr. hated Wing Commander. I'm sure he did. But I've heard Matthew Lillard didn't mind it because he talked about it in the past. But if Chris does Squadron 42 and it does well, that's an easy to pick up, because if he didn't like the effects, all he has to do is look at Squadron 42 and be like, they've improved. So. Also made a tabletop game? The Expanse did, yeah. Malcolm McDowell would be a good one, yes. Yes, that's why the title is on the title there, Death Trooper. How am I feeling tonight? I'm feeling fantastic. It helped an alpha for the Dune. I helped an alpha for the new Dune not even a year ago, but now it's full blown coming out. That's nice. Yeah, so like, it's important to keep that in mind that like I would prefer that Squadron takes more time to get ironed out, because how many times have we seen a game release in the last, say, 5 years that could have used another year in development, and then they release a big update a year later and it fixes a lot of the problems that it had at the beginning, and it would have been a much better game if it had released after that year had spent in development. Same thing with Squadron. I don't want them to go too quickly just because they need to hit a deadline, but you know. The Twitter post, I had it up and then it didn't work, I guess. Yeah, the link works. I'll pull it up here so you can see it again. One more time, so you all know what I'm talking about.
So, where do you want it? So, where do you want it? So, where do you want it?
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. Stumpy. It doesn't look like lifting arms going to be tractors for sure. I'm almost, oh yeah, here's the thing that you really need to kind of like understand, chat. Embrace Beam Citizen. But I want, no, you don't. Do you want Star Citizen to come out in the next, or have a 1.0 release in the next 3 years? If the answer is yes, anytime between now and the next 3 years, if you want any other number of mechanics to come into the game, then you don't want physicalized shit. You want Beam Citizen. Because Beams let them fall back on stuff they already have so they can focus on more things. This is coming. This is actually coming. That's what I mean. This bad boy. Titan suit.
So, where do you want it?
No, you don't want an animation on your mule forks. You want them to replace the mule forks with an actual tractor beam. You want the mule to be fucking useful. I think the Titan suit was made to fight the Vanduul. Yes, it was. Sort of. So, industrial... These sorts of industrial suits existed for a long time. They were called colloquially, they're called Titan suits, and based off of what references we can gather from lore, Titan suit is a word like mech or tank. It doesn't really define a thing. It's just a type. A Titan suit is just any sort of exo armor or exoskeleton suit is a Titan suit in Star Citizen, like lore. So anything that is an exosuit is called a Titan suit. I'm sure they'll have some lore. My guess would be like the first exoskeleton suit that was used commercially was called the Titan and that kind of thing. So Kleenex, dumpster, Band-Aid, that kind of thing. It's just a brand name that became the name of whatever those things are. That's not confirmed, but based off of what they said, because they actually in one of the quotes they say so-called quote unquote Titan suits is literally in one of the lore drops. So it's like they've changed it so that it doesn't sound as bad, so they can call them not Titan suits. They can give them their actual names. So they're turning Titan suit into just a category. Genericized trademark, yeah. So Titan suit is power armor frame from Fallout, other power plates put on top. Effectively, yes. Probably modified slightly so that they could have different like advantages and disadvantages. Yeah, based off of the lore, they're going my favorite way when you do any kind of exoskeleton suit or mecha, which is the Gundam way, where you used it as a generic construction vehicle, and it worked pretty well. So people said, hey, let's slap guns to this bitch. Question. Do you think they will introduce advanced refining gameplay? Like the current way we refine is just presets, easy mode, and they'll add gameplay to affect a quality product? Yes, that's why they have the Expanse. It's an entire ship that's dedicated to refining. There's no way they're going to do easy mode forever. They'll have some gameplay to it. The mobile worker. Yep. In Titanfall, it was called the Journeyman, which was just literally an alien power suit. Like Gundam uses the term mobile suit for mecha. Exactly. Mobile suit is just a stand-in versus normal suit, which is what we call space suits. A normal suit is anything that's below a mecha, but has armor and or like can seal in its own oxygen. You know, the Storm is almost a Titan suit if it was upright and had appendages instead of threads. Effectively, yeah. The mobile worker moved into becoming the Zaku, one of the original Gundam, then Zaku 2, yeah. Which is the reason why the Zeon forces and UC had such an advantage early on in the war, because the Alliance had to, or the Alliance, did I say it right? The Feddies, the Federation. The Earth Federation, right? It's too many things. The Alliance. Anyways, they were behind. So. Yeah, there's three stages, or there's three types of armor that I think you can classify from science fiction, which will probably match up with actual classifications in the future, with the last classification not being real because they're never going to make it. But you have armor, which is what we have, like body armor, what we have in this game right now. The step up from that is powered armor or exosuits. An exoskeleton suit with armor attached to it. The exoskeleton increases the strength and endurance of the wearer, but the armor isn't really tough. It's tougher than typical armor, but it's not. You're not a walking tank. You're a walking weapons platform or industrial vehicle. And then a step up from that is a mech, which is basically an exosuit, but instead of you climbing it and using it as an armor, you're piloting it like a vehicle. And it has heavier armor and heavier weapons or heavier equipment so you can do better things. And they don't have to be that much. It's the difference is you wear exosuits and you pilot a mech. So that's generally what I've heard in terms of classifications. And it's not just being a nerd, it's how they fucking classify them nowadays, because they have exosuits. Exoskeleton suits have been around in testing as early as like the 90s. DARPA built one in the 2000s. There's been multiple attempts at making them. They can make them. They know how to do, suits that would basically be the alien's power loader. But the problem is power. They require a lot of power to run, and they're not easy to, they're also very delicate. So they don't really have a lot of practical ability. Until they can get a portable power source, which is powerful enough and long lasting enough, you're never going to see an exoskeleton suit even doing things like hauling artillery shells for artillery stuff or anything like that. We say Titan suits are like elementals from BattleTech, very similar, or the power armor from Fallout 4, or power armor from 40K, or like the Mjolnir armor from early marks of Mjolnir armor from Halo, like the Mjolnir Mark 1s. Hey, Celine. The cool ones. If you've seen the Halo Legends, the I think it was the Sunrise did did that one, which was the Marine in a Spartan armor or in a Mjolnir armor that was just a mech. I've seen a couple of references to exoskeleton suits being used in some way, shape, or form for warehouse work, like some cut down versions of them, which don't really increase your ability but reduce stress for repetitive motions. And I've seen people wearing stuff like that that look like basic versions of exoskeleton suits. I think they're just called like fatigue suits or something like that. But that's what a lot of those were created from the DARPA exosuit research. If there's one country that has enough money and way too much fucking ambition to do some really stupid shit, it's the United States of America. So if there's one country that's going to build a mecha, it won't be Japan. It will be the US. Let's be honest here. It will be a joint project between the US and Japan. It won't be Boeing, no. It's going to be Raytheon or General Dynamics. I wouldn't be surprised if the suits worked like, use the same components as bikes do. It's a toss-up these days for developing robots that use embodied AI or remote pilot versus a suit pilot by an actual user. To use the old adage when people thought that air power was going to be dominant in the future, you can bomb things all day, but you still need boots on the ground to take territory. So any war that's ever fought is never going to be, or a future war that's going to be fought, even if you had completely remote operated like drone soldiers, you'd still need people. People would still need to go in because those drone soldiers wouldn't be able to do everything. So there's always going to be somebody there doing something on the battlefield. You can't get rid of the human element forever. Yeah, you have to have a force. So I think the reality is that just like a lot of things, there's going to be multiple approaches to the same solutions. Drones are definitely here to stay. That's what the war in Ukraine is definitely proving, that yeah, drones are the future. But I think better protection, some sort of ability to lessen fatigue and strain, those sorts of things. But yeah. Why don't we just play COD to settle international disputes? Ah, I see you are also a fan of G Gundam Fighter, a mobile fighter G Gundam. I too enjoy Robot Jocks. Robot Jocks was great. For those of you who don't know, I'm just referencing two series where people fought in giant robots to determine who was going to take territory and or control the world in giant arena battles. Because yes. The undefeated of the East. Yes. Do you see the footage of Starlink? See you in hell. I see the footage of the second Starlink volunteer playing Counter-Strike. Boston Dynamics could probably build one in conjunction with Starlink. Yeah, Zoids is the same story with Zoids. Yeah. The crotch saw. It's all fun and global domination until the kaiju showed up. Yeah, show up. Anyway, we're gonna watch the ISC and talk a little bit about it as well. But yeah, it was mentioned last week when people first started seeing the images in the background, and when that came out, I got lost track. So I was just like, oh man, it's not gonna happen, and then it comes out. So Luna Maria, Robot Jocks is a 1980s stop motion mecha film made by Americans. It's about a post-apocalyptic future where humanity no longer fights wars, but instead settles their disputes with giant robot battles. And the story effectively is about Russia wanting to take Alaska, and the US and Russia are fighting in giant robots for the control of Alaska. It's good. It's not great. I would say it's a cult classic. It's made by Stuart Gordon, and I'm gonna look up his films again because here's just a few of the things that Stuart Gordon did. Reanimator, From Beyond, Dolls. Let's see what else he did. I can't find any other ones. He then did the Honey I Shrunk the Kids. Between doing Honey I Shrunk the Kids, he wrote Honey I Shrunk the Kids. But between writing Honey I Shrunk the Kids and The Pit and the Pendulum, he directed Robot Jocks. He also did Space Truckers, which I didn't know. It was on Best of the Worst. They showed a case of Best of the Worst.
Let's party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Come on and put your lips together. Blow the candle out. Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. I wanna make you feel real special. Put your name in lights. We are gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Blow the candle out.
CDaddy_sake just got a sub from Erie Strettide. Erie Strettide gifted a tier 1 sub to CDaddy_sig.
Thank you for giving that sub to
They have given
CDaddy.
87 gift subs in the channel.
You're both very important pubbers, very impressive business, very new pedestrians. This is your fault. The reason I'm drinking tonight. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. For those of you who don't know, a little bit of the AstroPub lore here. CDaddy is the reason why I am stuck with a fucking redeemer in my hangar, or in my account. I have a redeemer that is unmeltable, unupgradable. It's stuck there. I can't do anything with it. I can't gift it. It is stuck in my hangar forever. I could delete literally every account, everything I have, and I would still be stuck with that fucking reclaim redeemer, because the redeemer isn't just
I'm just an old-fashioned
isn't
cowboy.
just a game, or isn't just a ship. It's a game package.
Them biddies.
Hooray for CDaddy's great taste in ships.
Oh, fuck all of you. I hate that ship. I hate it so much. I'm gonna be real. I went to CitizenCon and met CDaddy at CitizenCon, and I found out who actually did the Redeemer was at the CIG party. I went and talked with him, and I said, all right, first off, I need to get a picture with you and CDaddy. He goes, okay, we took a picture. And then I explained to him the situation of why I needed to get the picture with him, because I thought it would be funny. And he heard the whole story, turned to CDaddy, and immediately said something to the effect of, just one? Why didn't you turn all of his ships into Redeemers or something like that? He immediately went into the joke, and it's just like, fuck you. I thought you could melt and rebuy your game package. I've done it, and you could be that. Yes, you can, but I literally cannot melt the Redeemer. I cannot do anything with it. It is stuck in my account forever. I can't upgrade it either. I can't gift it. It's just there. Forever. I wouldn't be surprised. I honestly wouldn't be surprised. Can't upgrade it. No. I wouldn't be surprised if CDaddy managed to ensure that whenever you can name redeemers, it will be called Paul's favorite ship. Because that's what the package is fucking called. It's called Paul's most favorite ship. I want to do it, so I'll pull it up and show you all, but I don't want to like dox myself. Oh, it's not a gameplay package. It's just a ship. Whew. Okay. No, it's a gameplay package. It's considered a game package. Y'all ready? That's what he could give. I can't do anything. I can't do anything with it. It's just stuck there forever. With LTI. No, I can't CCO from it. It's stuck there. Here's the thing about it. CDaddy told the joke to Proxys, who knows me. I've known Proxys for a very long time. And Proxys was basically just like, sure, do it. It's funny. And CDaddy beat Jake to it because Jake was going to do this. I have never touched it, by the way. Like, you can look up my community stats. Like, CIG can publish that in terms of, like, that's actually a pretty cool idea. CIG, if you're listening, and maybe CDaddy, I don't know if you can pass this along to marketing. Talk with some of the content creators and have them do like a little get together where CIG pulls up the usage statistics of their ships, so you know, like, oh yeah, board gamers' favorite ship, or like most used ship, and you know, like Loken's favorite ship, or Zero State's favorite ship, or Salty Mike's favorite ship. So you can kind of see those sort of things. That'd be kind of cool. That should be something we could look up. I imagine you could probably see the statistics of per account basis. I don't like it, but I've never flown it. So I'll explain why I don't like it, and then we're going to watch the actual video. The reason why I don't like it is because it was in a competition called the Next Great Starship. And there were many ships that could have won. The best ship for the best Next Great Starship was the Brutus. It was a Drake ship, so automatically it's better. But it was designed like a great ship. In fact, a lot of the design cues from the Brutus ended up in the what would eventually become the Buccaneer. The Buccaneer is kind of like a small version of the Brutus. And the Brutus looked great. It had this nice mean feel to it. It was very Drake. But the problem was that they weren't as efficient as the team that made the Redeemer. And the Redeemer got not only to the point where they were done, but they also made promotional videos and they marketed it to the community, and they added things to design specifically that the community wanted, because they wanted to appease the community, because they knew the community would vote for them. So they basically played to their strengths and appeased the masses and won. When he picks the Brutus, I'll do you one better.
Hey, Captain Sam.
I've got a video. No, this is like a couple of years old. $2016, I think. 2015. So almost a decade. This is the Brutus. $2014. Okay, so it's been 10 years. It's like a bigger Buccaneer. Yeah, that's what I said. A lot of, because this was before the Buccaneer was even released. Does Redeemer have active VTOL? It does, but I don't think it spins anymore. Of course, like basically this sort of, because the three folks who ended up working on this, because this was the thing about the Next Great Starship is the Next Great Starship was effectively a recruitment tool for CIG because they were having trouble finding people who were interested in CryEngine. They couldn't find any CryEngineers, so they did this this basically talent show to see who did it, and like half of the people who entered the competition ended up working for CIG. So the folks who made the Brutus ended up working at CIG making ships. I don't think they work there anymore, but it's clear that a lot of the stuff they learned from making the Brutus went into making the Buccaneer, into the rework of the Cutlass, and then the Corsair. So like this is the prototype for almost all of modern Drake, and you can see a lot of that aesthetics in there. And yes, I can see the screen tear and all that kind of stuff. This was in Star Citizen 2013, so the frame rate was god-awful. I'm sorry, but this is ugly. I know, isn't it? It's so beautiful. It has a toilet, yes. It's so ugly, I love it. It's the epitome of Drake's style. That's just how Drake is. It's ugly, yes, but it's fucking functional, baby. Yeah, and so that's my point. Like, this is a Drake ship through and through. It is designed like a Drake ship. It's designed to look like a Drake ship. It's a Drake ship. But this was before everyone loved Drake. And the Redeemer was designed to win a competition, not to look like an Aegis ship. And so I never liked the Redeemer because I knew what the designers were doing. Hats off to them for winning the competition and doing really good. They actually won some money off of that too. Like it's not, they knew what they were doing and they did it right. The problem was the ship was never designed to be functional or work like in Star Citizen or look like it's functioned in Star Citizen. And CIG clearly didn't have any passion because they even didn't like it themselves. They tried to spin it. Like I love this top-down view. Look at that. Look at that silhouette. Fucking yes. with the tilt engine. You can tell it's got the kind of combination. What is that called? Osprey and Hind energy behind it. Liberator gunship from planet side, yeah. This was the ship that should have won, in my opinion. And so that's one of the reasons. The other reason is that, okay, whatever. I'm a salty loser. We have the Redeemer. But then CIG does nothing with it. It has conflicting lore. It has those engines do nothing. They're supposed to be these unique vector lock engines that have special snowflake abilities and all these sorts of things. It's, you know, whatever. It's space magic, but they don't even fucking do anything in game. The original design didn't work for what CIG needed, so they just slapped size 5s on the bitch. Like it's like they didn't correct any of the issues that needed to be corrected. Instead, they just fixed some things that didn't work with their own style. Did I see Guns response letter to a BattleTech fan 2 years ago? I don't know who that is, Astral. Guns? Oh, GMs. Yes. Wasn't it? I thought that was fake. I know there was one that was that Tex used to had all these cease and desist letters, but yeah. I'm not hating on people who like the Redeemer. A lot of people like things that are ugly and awful, and that's fine. I'm not here to judge to yuck your yum. I just fucking hate the Redeemer. Hey, 10, 15 to 20 minutes from server meshing. Woo! I just want them to make the ship fucking like good. Do what it's supposed to do. Not the fucking ridiculous everything ship it was designed as. You sure love to talk about something you hate. The opposite of love isn't hate. The opposite of love is apathy. Hate is just negative love. That's all. That's probably the reason why I hate it so much, is because CIG has a chance to make something interesting out of a disaster. And instead, they just say, fuck it, and then just kind of toss it to the wolves. Like, it's the only Aegis ship that's that design style. Give it a fucking reason to exist. The Redeemer. There's also the Aegis Reclaimer that has its own unique style. Do you hate it? No, because it didn't win in a competition against one of the best ships that I've ever seen in Star Citizen. And it actually has lore. There's good bones on the Reclaimer. There's anime shit on the Redeemer. And don't get me wrong, I like anime shit, but it needs some sculpting to fit. Yeah, so the Redeemer's lore is that it's both a new ship and a very old ship. It's mentioned as that the Valkyrie was designed to work with the Redeemer, which implies that the Redeemer was built before the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie was built in the early 29th century. It's also mentioned that it's a brand new ship that was built in the 2940s that matches with the whole like next great starship. So it is both old and new. Because it's clear nobody gave a shit about it. Even the writing team didn't give a fuck about it. So I put more effort into making that thing make sense in lore than anyone at CIG has. Oh, wait, we were talking about the Reclaimer? The Reclaimer's lore. No, the Reclaimer doesn't have any contradictory lore. We know that the Reclaimer is a fairly old ship. It predates the current salvage boom, but we don't know exactly when it was built. My theory is that it was built post Aegis's exodus, their banishment from military contracts. My theory is that it's Aegis's first real civilian ground up vehicle. Now we're gonna watch that real quick, and then we're gonna play a little bit of the test so you can see what's going on. Close all that down. Oh, fuck. Wait, we also have a monthly report, don't we? Shit.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Inside Star Citizen. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. On the show this week, cows. Space cows. An entire episode dedicated to cows. How are they going to do that? We have no idea, but I bet it won't be well. Enjoy.
I don't want to replace any of the writers at CIG. The writers at CIG are very talented at what they do, and I am not as good as they am in any way, shape, or form. What I would like to see is Sherry having more ability to just go absolute fucking librarian on CIG's team. Bill Haddock, Will Weisbaum, Bill Haddock? Dave Haddock. Yeah. There's like 3 and stuff like that. This game out yet? Yeah, it's out. It's an alpha, but it's out. No, he's Bill now. The Archivist, yes. Sherry Heiberg is it Heidelberg or Heiberg? I think it's Heiberg. Whatever their last name is. I don't know what that is now. But they are they're an archivist. And as a historian, I can tell you right now, because I believe they have a degree in library science. And I can tell you right now, anybody who has a degree in library science is psychotic. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean, like, those people are the reason why you have the internet. Not the technical reason. These are the people who can let you actually find shit. When you want some way of categorizing and sorting things, anything you see as a coder or designer for any sort of like, oh, I want to sort things. Almost all of the systems were invented by a librarian for like static and then was translated into digital formats. These people are insane. Like, organization of data is a fucking passion. And that is, I don't know who does that. Sane people don't do that. Yeah, they're the reason why search engines work. And hats off to them, and Sherry's one of them. So I just wanted to let them cook. Let Sherry cook, CIG. Please let them cook.
So, what is the space cow?
Like, hey Jared, can you give us 15 minutes on a cow? It's like it's always quasi or quasi, and everyone always says it differently because
it's quasi.
Montreal guys are the character people, so they're always like
the lore team calls it quasi. Everybody else calls it whatever the fuck it looks like.
You know, quasi, and we're like quasi. So the quasi guaza is
quasi guaza. It's funny. I learned that Kazi is a slang term in the UK because Jail said that the name Kazi Grazer is bad because it always reminds him of the word Kazi, which is slang for female anatomy. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. So if you call something a Kazi Grazer, you get what that's going there. But it's spelled quasi. Like quasi, you know, like sort of. No, please explain. Spell it out for me. Kazi slang for toilet. Oh, so it's not for female anatomy. It's even worse. A Kazi grazer. That's even worse. Anywho, what a beautiful day to hell. Yeah. So I think changing the definition to quasi is okay. Quasi grazer is a little bit better.
Why do creatures matter? What do they add to our video game?
Well, this is a cow and it moves, so it's incredibly exciting.
Moo cows are exciting. I too was once 7.
Creatures in general add believability to the world and the experience. And in general, when you're flying your ship or driving around, seeing fauna running around and just being in the world, it's like, oh cool, I'm actually like, you know, on a planet, I'm in an environment.
I swear to God, if I heard a fucking Copian start doing that in front of my fucking base, I would immediately open fire. That thing is so fucking annoying.
They present lots of opportunities for unique gameplay situations and allow you to see the landscapes perhaps in a new way. I think players are already really enjoying the creatures that we've got in the game.
The actual release was fine, but when we did the initial release into like PTU, there were problems with the creature desyncing and things like that, but we've been working on fixing that up and, you know, making sure that the creatures are responsive and, well, engaging, really.
The biggest challenge in programming creatures is bringing them to...
God, Copian, I'm sorry, I was in Copians. These are the Marak birds, the turbo pelicans.
...to life, making...
But yeah, fucking Maraks, fuck these things. God damn.
Sure that all the incredible animations that we've got are placed in the right way and that they're working together as this whole creature that's not just an individual set of animations, but something that's living and breathing. So
yeah, the joke is you've got the turbo pelican and the cope dogs. That's the name of the fan names for the
You can take away my
the stuff.
spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
This little
You
dance.
can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never,
Ever.
ever
Thank you, Rishama.
take away my space game.
MK_84 has subscribed.
Thank you so much, MK84, for that subscription. You were very important, Pupper. Very impressive, Pisser. Radiant pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason why I'm drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. So the key is, if you're going to be going into the game for the testing, make sure you are not signed in. Sign in once it goes live. Okay, so it's live. Either the Caterpillar will have quasi-grazer transport module. Maybe. Just to do, I'm sure that they will do that scene from Firefly again. Hold on. Yeah, I'm not seeing it in my launcher yet. I'm updating my live because my live apparently hadn't been updated. It's doing okay. It's like it's bouncing up between like 10 and 30 megabits per second. It's only got 3 gigabytes updates. So, all right, let's watch it a little bit further.
The quasi-grazer is quite a simple creature. We kind of colloquially call it the space cow. We like put space in front of every other creature. We've had the space dog and the space bird, and now we've got the space cow. It's got quite simple behaviors. They're very gentle creatures.
We look at how cows look, well, not how they look, but how they act, and, you know, they're space mooing, and, you know, they're eating grass, they're roaming around in herds, and, well, except the main difference is that they have eggs, which is pretty gross.
Talk to me about space mooing. What's space mooing?
He wants me to do the noise, and I'm going to refrain. I'll let one of the audio people handle that. But what we always give direction to the audio team is just like, we'll be like moo, and then parenthesis like alien or space, just so they don't end up like, you know, just giving us a regular moo. Because, you know, cows actually have regional accents. So if you listen to a cow moo in the south of England or the north of England, they sound very different. So,
moo!
Yeah, moo. You're right, love, moo. What does a Stanton cow moo sound like versus, you know, like a Manchester cow moo?
Stanton cow goes, move out of the way. I'm falling through the elevator. Am I right, fellow Star Citizen fans? Move on over to Pyro because I'm not paying anything for Pyro comes. This scam. Yeah. Am I funny yet online? Is it funny for you?
We're getting off topic.
Yeah, we are. There are 5 different types of quasi-grazers in 4.0, and you'll see them scattered in various biomes. The desert variant of the quasi-grazer is the one you're all familiar with, that you've seen in like the Star Engine trailer, and it is going to be on Hurston.
It doesn't have fur. It's made for the desert, so it's more like a thick skin. It's similar to a cow, but it doesn't have horns.
It has a typical amount of eggs for a quasi-grazer.
What is a typical amount of eggs?
It is randomized, but there is like a typical medium that we go with. It's consistently inconsistent.
So some cows will have more eggs than others?
Yes.
Why?
Because you think of like Spanish cows, right? They tend to be a lot skinnier than like North American cows because they like eat a lot more. They have access to like a lot more water, they've got a lot more food versus like hot areas.
Do you think this is a good use of your time, Zach?
I think I am sick at looking at videos of cows and sending them to animators and be like, no, the tail needs to move like this. The next kind is the boreal forest, which is quite nice as they are on Microtech. You'll see that it has hair around its neck and its faceplate is more pronounced. So they will be spawning near Copions and near the Mareks as well. And if they ever end up crossing paths, there will be arguments between them. I don't think that the Copions will loot the cow eggs, but it just means there's a nice systemic gameplay that you can come across where a Copion has hunted a cow in this case. The grass.
Yeah, these are native to Terra. So the grazer is, if it's called a quasi or kazi or whatever, that is the it's a southern region of Terra. It's actually one of the coldest regions of Terra. It's where what is the name of it? Not Consolidated Outland. It's the one, Hesperia. It's where Hesperia is headquartered out of. It's actually where they found like a ruined city of like a Bronze Age or Stone Age city that they discovered when they first landed on Terra. So there was some sort of sentient like life form or sapient, you know, so a civilization existed on Terra that just disappeared. They call them, like locally they call them the Atlanteans as kind of a joke, but yeah, they did exist. And my theory is that the grazers were actually domesticated by this species that then died out somehow, and they became feral again, which is why they're so easy to domesticate.
Version of the quasi-grazer, you'll see that they have darker fur, and in general a more darker shade on their skin as well.
The grassland quasi grazer looks more like a buffalo with the way its fur is made. Like the desert quasi grazer, it also has eggs that you can loot.
They live in the savanna area of Microtech. And it will be joined by a jungle variant which will be sharing the savanna for the time being. And lastly, the one I'm most excited about is the Arctic variant. You will find the tundra space cow in the tundra, the more cold areas of Microtech.
Okay, so apparently according to YouTube chat, the QA guys in the meshing test had a crash right before it went out, and they're investigating the crash. So they're figuring out what went wrong before they try to push it again.
The Arctic space cow we did was one animal that we actually had to do fully covered in fur, which is quite a challenge. I remember Chris saying we want to see hordes of them passing by, so he's talking about 20 or 30 or even hundreds of them passing by. So it would have to be really optimized, and at the same time would have to hit the quality bar. We managed.
Most likely, these are the original grazers. Like, this is what the grazer originally looked like in its natural habitats, because they're cold weather animals. And what happened is when you have a cow and a chicken and they have a baby, you have the grazer. And who wouldn't want a cow that can also give you eggs? Yeah, it can't give you milk, but it gives you meat. And then before it gives you meat, it gives you eggs that you can then use to make eggs. So it's a protein-producing protein source. And big ones, too. No, you don't have to be an avocado. Anyone can get access to it. It's a wave all. So that's not how that works. Yes, it is how that works. The point is that the idea is that it's a as a seed animal, it allows for an easy source of food. And you can also, especially with the hairy ones, you know, shave them and use the fur for clothing. Or when you slaughter them, you can use their skin, which is very thick, to create leathers and other things like that. So they work as a great sort of one-size-fits-all, like early pioneer animal. And so they decided to replace cows or like cattle sort of things with this because of that sort of thing. Steak and eggs for the cost of a single round. Yeah.
To create a very interesting, fluffy creature that you're going to be able to enjoy very soon.
It's fully covered in hair, and it's using similar tech to what we have on the human beings. You imagine like winds and when it moves and things like that, its fur is basically fully reactive to those elements.
Less bovine, more lizard. We got some. That's some Halo Reach. Or Halo Reach, Halo Infinite, fucking, oh, what was that thing? Was it like Barry or whatever? The depressed, Tartarus, I can't remember the name of the brute.
So it makes the animations come a lot more alive, and it really shows how having these simulated elements on the creature using our hair tech is.
But, what was I going to say? How tall are they? They're pretty tall. They're about as tall as a human, around 6 feet. My theory is that they're actually like, they're mammals, even though they have eggs. So they're basically platypuses. They're if a platypus evolved into a cow.
Is just gorgeous.
Craig, thank you, Craig.
We're also very excited to see how this opens up a lot of possibilities and opportunities for the creatures in the future, as this was a breakthrough for us to be able to cover such a large creature with so much fur.
Not that I know of, but they could be.
The ones with fur look really super cute.
Yes, your whammers are made from quasi meat, almost certainly, because basically, quasi grazers have replaced the cow. So bovines, as we see in Earth now, they probably still exist on Earth or in some places, but almost all of them have been replaced in terms of like feeds like an animal, like a feed animal or whatever, as a harvestable animal. I don't know how the term would be with grazers, because they're hardier. They can live in better conditions and more conditions, and they give you more options. So.
I think we want some tongue physics in there as well, because normal cows are quite licky.
Okay, the views and opinions of Andrew Davies do not represent those of Cladiperian Games, Robert Space Industries, or its subsidiaries. I'm having to say this too much lately.
Listen, cow tongue's actually pretty good.
Interestingly, it is the only variant without eggs, and instead you'll be able to loot this creature's tongue.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, the tongue.
Andrew talked about the tongue. He wanted to add tongue physics.
Yeah, no, probably not. It'd be a bit weird.
Hey, he's got a Miku shirt on.
What noise does a tongue detaching make anyway? You know what I mean? Like.
Oh, you'll make that sound, but not the space move?
I'm not making an animal noise. It's not the weekend yet.
One of the really cool features we've got is that the creatures respond to the day-night cycle. During the nighttime, they're more likely to be sleeping, whereas during the day, they're more likely to be grazing.
It's a very non-lethal kind of set dressing for planets type of animal.
The real trouble comes if you disturb these gentle creatures by attacking them or as a hostile nearby.
If you are mean to the cows in any capacity, what they will do is the majority of them will run away. However, one will come and knock you over. And it will only do a small amount of damage, but, you know, I would like to track the telemetry on how many people die to them, which would be interesting.
Kite enemies into crowds of grazers and try to use the grazers as cover, so they get hit by enemy fire and then turn on the enemy and attack them.
They can be quite deadly, as cows are in real life. 4 or 5 deaths in the UK every year by cows. So yeah, it's quite a dangerous creature if you raise its anger.
Do you ever consider making them mourn the death of another?
That's really depressing. One of my team is very, very keen to get petting of quasigrazers in there, but I think that's a whole other feature that I'll have to wait for another day.
Let us pet the cow. What happens if you are aggressive with the cow?
If you are aggressive to the cow, one cow will end up charging you and knocking you over. Oh! This episode is a shit show.
Listen. I am with Jared. I want Kazi Grazers to have a mournful howl. I want their mournful howl to sound like Klingons mourning the death of a Klingon. I want them to gather around the dead grazer and shout to the sky like a Klingon death ritual, but with mooing. I want their echoing moo to terrify everyone in their vicinity, to be like, wow, I am not fucking, what the fuck is going on? That sounds like a fucking like demonic ritual going on.
Back to you.
That, but all at once. That's my point. Kazu Grazers don't mourn. They howl to warn the afterlife that a great warrior is coming. Well, hold up. We getting scenic?
So for the next release, we're getting Sonic. So for the next release, we're getting some new features for the character customizer that I think you're really gonna like. We're starting with some new hairstyles.
Let's start with the mullet. We're gonna have a new mullet. This mullet was designed
Business in the front, party in the back, baby.
And to be really grungy and disheveled, great to fit with the new pyro stuff. There's also a lovely twin braid that is just parted in the middle. It's an hairstyle that you can actually use to still be fashionable and practical because it's all tied up. Then we also have another style, which is a big curly hair.
I like that too.
Very, very volumetric feel to it. It's quite amazing. It's going to be amazing to make it look with the hats and the masks and all that and the way it will fit. I'm pretty sure this is going to cause a great visual impact.
Additionally, for the next release, we're getting tattoos.
I cheered so much I started showing off black hairstyles. I'm just in for like more like curly, you know, sort of naturally curly style hair. Because, yeah, it's black hairstyles, but my wife has a lot of Irish heritage and has a similar sort of hairstyle. In fact, the only hairstyle she can, like hair products she can get over the counter that works for her hair is products that are directed towards black hair. Like, I'm not even joking. She had to go to her stylist had to get she had to go to a stylist that has that training. I can't remember. She told me what it was. So that like it actually knows how to like deal with those sorts of hair. So I live in a household that has that same problem. So
finally, you're gonna be able to give yourself that specific styling that you're not gonna match anyone else in the verse. The tattoo.
If you have a problem making good-looking characters, I know the perfect person for you. Their name is Buster the Destroyer, face maker. They do a very good job. They've learned all sorts of tricks and tips and techniques for how to make good faces. So if you're interested in doing some, seeing some really good faces being made, check out their streamer. Their stream.
Tattoo system is really great. You can select from
Beltaloda. I need some Beltalodas in chat right now, chat.
A plethora of tattoos, and you can adjust the colors so you get them just as you select from a plethora of tattoos.
Look at that. Look at that. Beltaloda. Could Buster redesign my face? I'm sure they could. They could try. What's the name of the streamer? Buster the Destroyer. All one word. Buster the THE Destroyer. So Buster and Destroyer are like you found, but there's a the in the middle. All one word. In fact, could we get a shout out for them there, Cupan? Cupan or Darsh? Thank you. Buster the Destroyer. Just like that in chat.
And you can adjust the colors so you get them just as you like them. And you can also set the age on them to make them look like you've had them for a long time.
For the tattoos on the first batch, we have a bunch of different styles. We have some organic tattoos. We have the tattoos of flowers. We have one that's more old school American style.
My brother in Christ, that is not that. Well, I guess it is American. That's the Mexican. I think that's the Mexican. No, it's a bald eagle. It's like that looks like the Mexican flag, the myth of the founder of Tenochtitlan. That's what that looks like. The eagle with the snake, but I guess it's not on a cactus.
Like Pico, always a winner, right?
There's a Pico tattoo?
Oh, there's a Pico tattoo. He's gonna be surfing down everyone's necks. Get ready for Pico neck
There's a
tattoo.
Pico neck tattoo?
Oh yeah, that's the stuff.
I mean, that is
That's
still
Cody
very
Rhodes
true.
right there.
I don't even know what that is, but yes.
We have used a bunch of teams that are part of the game, like the creatures and the ships also. We have a tattoo for the javelin, which we're showing different side of the ship.
Could we get a grazer horns?
We have a tattoo for the Copian, which is more of the old school style. We have the Maroc, which has kind of a synthwave influence. We have one that's a full face skull. Also, I think this one the player is gonna like. Still limited, but as time goes on, we plan to release more and more of these.
People should care.
That looks pretty good. I like the tribal tat there. Looks pretty good.
About the tattoos because they let you personalize yourself and express yourself in a way that you couldn't with the previous features of the character customizer. It's always been about expressing yourself. That's the whole deal about it. But now this will allow you to get something printed on your face that
yeah, the Mexican, I mentioned that because it's actually an Aztec. It's based off an Aztec story about the founding of Tenochtitlan, which became Mexico City, where the Aztec are actually a nomadic people, and they came to the region that is now, associated with them. And they were told by, I believe, one of their gods that they would found a city where they saw an eagle with a snake in its claws on top of a cactus. And they found that an eagle holding a snake in its claws on top of a cactus in the middle of the lake. So they said the gods told us this is where our homes. They built the city in the middle of the lake. That's the story behind it. The myth, the oral tradition of it.
Immediately communicate something to other players about what you are about.
What does a face tattoo communicate about you to other people?
Lots of things.
Yes.
I've seen some stuff.
It communicates that you like to party.
In addition to the tattoos, we're also looking into piercings right now. We have 5 different areas that you can apply them to. We have ears, 1 and 2. We have eyebrows, 1 and 2, and the lower lip.
And nose.
We're also pursuing different piercing styles. So the simple one from an implementation perspective is studs. So we have a range of different stud piercings that you can apply. Rings are a bit more complicated, but because as you shape the face, the rings will have to deform as well as the face. So that might be a little bit longer. And last but not least, we're bringing a new stubble feature to the character customizer. Obviously, we have a huge selection of facial hair already, but now you can change them all to have a stubble built in.
Stubble that you can.
Celine, almost certainly Jared told him that that's what he was going to do beforehand, just as a weird.
And actually use with any other beard, so you can.
That's okay. Better that it's ready tomorrow or the weekend than it is than release what we had the last time they did something like that.
And combine it with a longer beard or a mustache or something, just to give you that different look.
Yeah, the last test was similar, where like the first time they tried to push it out, it was a fucking train wreck and it didn't work at all. The hybrid service just was awful, and so they had to fix some stuff and then they released it. The tech preview is not live. It's not going to be. It's not going to be coming out to everyone today. They had a test, and that's how it went. Yeah.
We also have 2 new beards. One that is longer groomed, and one that is a bit shorter. It was important to add stubble just to give you a more realistic look for people that want to look more like a fighter and less like a prince. So if you're looking for this pyro look or this look of you're a miner, you're a worker, you're something, then this is just going to give you the edge on your look.
Sorry, it's a great looking, huh?
So you just tick the box, stubble.
Oh, God damn it. Oh, God damn it. Oh, I've been watching too much YouTube. Can you beat Squadron 42 as Abraham Lincoln? Real OGs get that reference.
And now you can add that to your sweet Abraham Lincoln beard that you love so much. So that's all of the new features for the character customizer for the next release. Sorry if we couldn't show you everything today, but we're working hard on it. I hope you are as excited as we are for these new features, and I hope you also feel that this is going to allow you to further show your own persona in the verse.
So, what did we learn this week? Well...
Oh my, I like to moo so much. Moo moo. Yeah, we're just out in the cold here, just doing cow stuff out in the cold. Aye, we always moo like that and eat loads of grass, aye.
Oh, it's so f***ing cold!
Moo!
Skål for mjölk. Moo. Moo. I like the moo.
Jared m'a fait dire ces lignes, donc je dois dire le mot. Meu, sacre meu.
Sacrement. Markiplier reference. I love it. I love it. Fucking love it. I love it. Is CIG okay? Iris, think about that question. Think about what you just asked. And remember what game they make. And what community they have. Yeah. I don't want a face tattoo. I want to be employable. Pfft. Look at the Karen for Pyro here, Mr. Ryan Moore. I know. I just asked, but I mean from their baseline. See, she lets me play Star Citizen. They're not okay. CIG used our money to make this episode? Yes. And I am okay with that. Literally one of my messages says, listen, let's remember that these are Star Citizen fans. And I love you, Star Citizen fans. I really do. And this is meant from the heart. But I don't want to hear anything from a community that is allergic to reading. All right? Yeah. A lot of people. What? Tell me I'm wrong. You know how I know I'm not? I know I'm not wrong? Because the only reason why I have a fucking channel that's even growing a little bit is because people listen to my channel, listen to me reading the fucking monthly reports. Hey, now you have time to read the run report. Speaking of Star Citizen fans not reading. I'm lazy to read for me, Paul. I prefer you read it for me. I listen to audiobooks. You're the same thing. I do appreciate that that parts of the community get my humor at the very least. It's the same kind of people who get the humor that the unhinged humor of the team that works for Star Citizen's the media team. Next time we read the monthly report like a bedtime story. I mean, I did at one point. I read it. Someone told me to read it like a Texan, so I read it like I did my Texas accent. I let it out a little bit more, you know. My Texas accent tends to be a little bit more Tennessean because I lived so long in Tennessee. But I grew up with a Texas mother, so, you know, Texas has always been in my accent just a little bit. I just let it go. It's funny to hear my wife when she goes off her Tennessee accent because she has killed her Tennessee accent like dead, like dead. So every so often I get a rise out of her so her Tennessee comes out. When her Tennessee comes out, whoo, she hates it. I like it, but she hates it.
Weapons free, y'all.
A lot of the folks in the media team are British, actually, but yeah. It's a Kazakh accent. Goddamn right. She still kills that accent like really hard. I gotta get back to a normal voice, Paul. Normal voice. Hopefully tomorrow morning we get our test preview. Probably. It'll either be tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon. You got to remember that tech previews are often designed like this. And in my experience, most of the problems that come around with tech previews has little to do with the actual tech that they're testing and everything to do with the back end, which is kind of why they're in test previews and not in Evocati's or anything else like that, because they find a lot of weird things that happen. So, Mouthly report. Normal voice, yeah. It's the true Drake accent. I know that they say that like they're trying to go for like Manchester and like Liverpool, like the sort of like Northern English sort of attacks, because it means it's even called Newcastle. The capital of Borea is Newcastle, but I prefer to think of it as because the actual place that I believe that Drake is located in is called Odessa. All right, so I just prefer that they're just some very, very relocated Ukrainians, some very confused Ukrainians and English and Texans have decided to come together. All right, I'm gonna get some water because my voice is gonna die if I keep trying to do this. I still it's like it's called Nova Kiev. Yeah, I know you'd prefer it called what is it in Ukrainian? It would be like it's an N, I think. Novi Kiev. Yeah. So Space Alberta? I guess so, something like that. Four is all right, right around the corner. I'd prefer they not release giant themed pile of trash. No, Paul. What? We didn't ask Aurelia when she's no longer on deployment. Yes. It's pronounced Zian. So there is legitimately two Texases in Star Citizen. Like that are heavily influenced by Texas. You've got you've got the Hill Country, Texas, San Antonio, Austin. I think Dallas is technically in the Hill Country. I think it's more northern, but that sort of central Texas area, which is Terra, because you've got New Austin and a lot of other things. So Terra has a lot of different cultures. It's got obviously Ukrainian. It's got Texan. It's got Korean. The founder was Korean. The guy who found it was Korean. So it's got a lot of different cultures that are kind of mixed in together. So it's kind of this melting pot region. And then the other place that is just basically fucking, it's fucking Amarillo. It is the Panhandle in Oklahoma and Kansas if they had a big inbred fucking baby, which is, why am I blanking on the name? It's where Consolidated Outland comes from. Bremen. Magnus is space Detroit mixed with space Manchester. Or, yeah, like kind of the northern English, northeastern England where they built a lot of the ships in the turn of the century. If you want to know, you know, like, remember, Terra is where where grazers come from. The place with the cows is Terra. I'd just like to see more diversity. I'd love to see, I don't know, like South Africa or Kenya or Brazil or, you know, Indonesia. Space versions of those rather than just, you know, Europe and then Japan. All right, let me get some water real quick. Question, Paul, only RSI has shipyards at Earth? No, Origin has some. I think they had at some point. Aegis, I think, has some as well. There's a couple of them, but the main shipyards are RSI. RSI has its own Lagrange point. I think it's the L2. Earth's L2 point is just a giant factory for RSI. They're getting ready to show jungles at some point here, so my guess is Ellis and probably at CitizenCon. Could be Oso. Oso would be a good option too. So Microtech is frozen Seattle? Kind of. What's the capital of Sweden again? It was in the tip of my head and I just forgot. This isn't that like a big tech hub too? Stockholm? Yeah. Isn't Stockholm like a big tech hub? Earth is still influential for the UE or not so much anymore? It is the capital. It would be like the you know, Washington, D.C. or Moscow or Paris or Berlin or London or Mexico City. Like it is basically where all the government is run. Not many people live there outside of people who deal with running the government, but you know, when you run a galactic spanning empire or a galactic spanning empire, you're gonna need a lot of fucking support. Why no Terra? Terra has some services, but Terra is like the commercial hub of the industry. It's like the trade hub. Yes, I am a dehydrated bitch. I must do that.
Drugs.
Weapons free, y'all.
Distress
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Good news, everyone.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Democracy.
I love democracy.
Weapons free, y'all.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Democracy.
Mission complete. Burrito. I eat. There you go.
So,
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
we're gonna get started here. I need to get through it pretty quickly because for those of you who don't know, we are actually going to be playing Space Marine 2 all day tomorrow. Logan and I are going to be playing together. We're going to start at like 9:30 in the morning Eastern. So for those of you in the West Coast, it'll be 6:30 in the morning. So I'm going to start streaming at 6 in the morning. And I'm not going to stop probably until like five, 6. So it'll be like 10 to 12 hours of streaming. Is there an Earth purist movement in the UEE? Kind of. There's definitely Earth first for folks. Like people who think Earth is the capital and should always be the capital and always be that kind of thing. Python just for excitement. Probably just for excitement. We could do some giveaways, but I don't know if we can do any kind of that kind of sort of thing. 16-hour stream? Hell yeah. I just like... All right. Before I get started, I do need to always show this. It's a little dusty, but for those of you who don't know, I am a big fan of Warhammer 40K. I painted this myself. This is my custom chapter called the Raven's Eye. And to give you a context, this is what little Paul Shelley painted back in... Turn off the green screen real quick. Yes, your life is a lie. Back at the turn of the 21st century, that's how long I have been playing or into 40K. Not a lot of my Dark Angels from 3rd edition survived. Mecha was good. Do I have a voice changer?
Brother, I am prepared to fight and die in the name of the Emperor. For he who sits upon the golden throne will save us all from the realm of chaos, from the evil, the eternal enemy. We must slay the Xenos and protect mankind.
Is it nice? Yes. Well, like, I don't just have Space Marines. I also have an entire guard army. Way too big. I say way too big. It's probably not big enough for most guard fans. I've got like 10 Lehman Russes, 2 Chimeras, no, Hellhounds, 1 Chimera. I need more Chimeras. 2 Basilisks, I forget the name of the missile artillery, but one of those. Whirlwind, I think? No, that's not right. I've got like 200 individual infantry models, probably more than that actually, last I checked. Yes, I have an entire orc wa. I also have an entire Tau cadre with like 9, no, more than that. That'd be 9. Yeah, it's 9. 9 suits, crisis suits, 2 commanders, 2. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff. I got a lot of stuff. This. Yes, I'll pull it up right before we start going. And yes, Stars, thank you for letting me know. Alerts and music have a chorus fact. Okay, I'll take a look at them at some point. Something probably triggered, but I'm not going to worry about it. Here you go.
So, where do you want it? So, where do you want it?
You're never going to get tired of that, are you? No. I am going to be a problem, chat. When they release that, I'm going to find a way to do everything in that suit. CIG releases a power loader. I'm going to make it everyone's problem. A mechiologist. I've already warned the League of Relic Enthusiasts, my organization, when we do our little expeditions on Sundays, which you should check out. That when the moment that comes out, I'm gonna just Titanfall. We're coming into a landing. Okay, I'm deploying. Paul, we're not there yet. I don't care. Prepare for Titanfall. Jump out the back. Listen, you say obsessed. I say a connoisseur. Okay. Everyone's got to have a hobby. Mine just happens to be big robots. What's the lore behind the cargo loader? Not a lot. We do know that it exists, and it seems like it probably existed before the combat version of it existed. We just know it's existed for a while now, probably for a couple 100 years. We know it exists. Do you have any Gundam? I don't have any Gunpla. No. That's one of the things I've not gotten into because, not because I'm like not into Gunpla. I got back into mini collection during COVID. So it's been about 4 years and I've done some other things here and there. Like got my BattleTech, my BattleTech minis. Even have Marvel Crisis Protocol, which I haven't painted yet, but yeah, I like you like the theme, little Optimus theme there. If JRDF made a fully articulated letter kit, want to be about this size. So something that you could use as a stand-in for, like, vehicles in, like, Star Wars Legion or, you know, 40K, that kind of thing. 1/25th scale-ish, yeah. Because if you did that, you would see a lot of Star Citizen fans who will suddenly have armatures that look an awful lot like the power loader from Star Citizen. I just finished painting an MCR in Tachi. It's sitting in my front monitor. Nice. See, that's the thing. I would have gotten Imperial Knights, but I was intimidated by them originally. And I already have a mecha force with Tau. I will get Imperial Knights, but I need to finish painting the Space Marines I have. Once I get those Marines under control, I will be finished with all of my line. And I know the whole, like, it's never done, but I want to get, like, the force that I have currently primed and ready to go, painted up so I can actually play with them. And then I've got other ones that I'll do eventually, but no rush for them. So 2037. Not really a pile of shame. I've really kind of pared back on a lot of it. Like, I have, for orcs, I have Killicans. I have one set of Killicans. I've got a buggy and some Rocket Boys. I think it's called Rocket Boys. Can't remember the name of them. The Jump Pack Boys. And that's it. And I've got some Kroot. I got the Kroot pack, so I got to paint up the Kroot for my Tau. Those two things are the ones I need to finish, and then I'm done with, like, and I've got a couple of I've got vehicles for guard, but I have already so many vehicles that I need. I don't really need to do more. Those are just kind of, I'll do them eventually. Content no longer available. Why must you tease me like that? All right. Last feature of miniatures you painted was Necron 40K Necron Warrior set for your brother. That's a good question. I'm never going to finish my minis. I'll always have more, but I do want to get through them because there's nothing quite like finishing something when you're like, I have a force. I have built a force. I have 2,000 points or whatever. Because once you do that, you still have more things you can paint, but they're like optional rather than I need those to be able to play. Just finished a custom Mythetic Blight Hauler here. Nice. I'm making my goal to get my Marines done before the end of the year. And that way, when I pick something up, I can sit down and actually paint it rather than just wait like, oh, well, I've got all these other things to do, sort of thing. I will say that I am going to get the next Kill Team set because Tau and Guard. Duh. All right. We're going to do a capsule. That means that we're going to, I'm not going to refer to the chat a lot. I'm just going to mostly be looking at, I'll be mostly looking at, yeah, that works. Sacre mou. Yeah, doing the monthly report. But I'm going to be reading through it, and if you have questions, I won't be able to answer them until I'm done. All right? All right. Y'all ready? Here we go. Alrighty, it's time for another office hours capsule. This is a small section of my office hours live stream, what I do at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, I believe. Twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive. We talk about lore, news, and more of Star Citizen. I'd love to have you come by and join chat, who are totally not trapped in my basement right now. This episode, we talked a lot about the teasers for the Titan suit that's coming out, which is pretty badass. We watched the monthly report. We watched the ISC for the cows, space cows, the grazer, and the other customization updates. So it's good. Love to have you join us. But we're going to be looking at the PU monthly report for August 2024. As a caveat, as a disclaimer, this is a full read-through, not a summary. Nothing wrong with summaries, but I feel like if you really want to understand the full context of what CIG is doing, you need to read everything word for word and not trust somebody to just pick stuff out. I will add my own context, my own analysis to it as well, because I've been doing this for several years now, and so I can see patterns when they'll mention things. They'll just sort of, like last month we talked about this. So I'll give some sort of context for those of you who this is your first time reading one of these, so you can get an idea of how things are connected together month to month. With that all being said, let's take a look at the August 2024 PU monthly report. AI features. Last month, AI features polished various reactions, including the first reactions when AIs respond to audio or visual elements. So one of the things they were doing last month was trying to diversify how AI reacted to things. So like some AI will run over and grab a gun. Other AI will panic if they see some sort of violence going on. Like they wanted to diversify it so it wasn't everyone fleeing at the same time, but more realistic. So that's probably what they're referring to here. While these behaviors had a solid base, various combat styles, weapons, and scenarios didn't play consistently, such as when escalating from a low reaction to a high reaction. To improve this, the team built a new AI test level called a test cell. This is a building block setup with different character types, weapons, cover, usables, etc. that allows the team to pick and mix different setups to produce a consistent version of test scenarios. A particular combination can be exported as one cell and imported into a single level, where multiple test scenarios can be played simultaneously, allowing the team to quickly identify mistakes, fix them, and retest. The test cell level is also being used for cover hit reactions, which have different animation setups per cover type, combat style, and weapon type. Going forward, the test cell will be expanded to provide more consistency across a wide range of areas. AI tech. AI tech continued to improve how NPCs transition between servers, including serializing movement requests and navigation paths. They also updated navigation generation elements, including one relating to computing navigation islands, and one used when exporting processes into object containers. Progress was also made on converting the Apollo tool's UI style. A new feature continued to development too, which the team will share more about in the future. That new feature is almost certainly something they're going to show off at CitizenCon. But for those of you who don't know what the Apollo tool is, it's their internal tool for dealing with subsumption AI. Generally speaking, the AI that you encounter with on a regular basis in a gameplay session of Star Citizen, be it shooting at you, not shooting at you, standing there T-posing on chairs, whatever, that is the subsumption AI. And the Apollo tool is just something that allows them to manipulate the subsumption AI a little bit more easily. AI content. In August, the social AI designers joined the narrative team to form a larger group focusing on improving the Star Citizen experience. As part of this, they began meeting with design and creative directors to walk through various locations, looking for opportunities to clean up existing behaviors or add new ones. While many of the behaviors will be based on work done for Squadron 42, the expansive nature of the PU will require bespoke additions. AI content is also in the process of reviewing locations throughout Pyro, ensuring the environment and behavior setups work correctly together and instill a sense of the intended narrative. The team also met with the designers of an upcoming mission to provide support for some of the locations that will be visited by players, including applying believable behaviors to NPCs. Aside from outlining the behavior improvements and the needs for Star Citizen 1.0, Narrative Design kicked off several initiatives to determine the required tech and use cases for future social spaces. This will ultimately lead to a vertical slice showing a gold standard social space with a level of interaction and the game will aim for. So they've talked a lot about this. This has been a big thing they've been pushing for the last several months is social spaces. They really want to improve the social atmosphere of AI. They started this in Squadron and it looks like it's ported over to Star Citizen as well, because they pretty much dialed in the combat experience. Despite what you might think, CIG's combat stuff works pretty well when you have decent back-end services. The AI is pretty brutal at times. It's just right now the servers are kind of bad, but that stuff they developed for Squadron is slowly making its way into Star Citizen and being tooled in. So now that that's done, they're looking at what the next step would be. So the people who developed it in the first place are now trying to develop the social aspect of things. So the other side. Ooh, AI Game Intelligence Development Team. In August, the Game Intelligence and Development Team concentrated on developing a clear and stable Apollo StarScript UX update. Oh. This involved adding support for higher icon resolution so they stay sharp when zoomed in and straightening lines for clearer read. Oh. Okay. There's not a lot of people who get what I just got. So, for those of you who don't know, StarScript is their sort of UI features. So what they're trying to do is tie in Apollo, make Apollo a little bit more better. It's hard to describe. It's good. That's all I can say. Yeah, StarScript. Not Star Sim, which is their kind of back end other thing. But yeah, it's more readable now. Drag and drop was improved too. Now when hovering ports with a bigger selection range are highlighted. The devs corrected the color and size of important notes, added arrowheads to links to leading to cross groups, and enlarged the hovering area and highlights on links and ports. Drop points were also added to links that identified desired selected line. Okay. Yeah, that's the second part right there, is they kind of improved that. StarScript is the big one. StarSim is the economy, yeah. Animation. August saw the facial animation team developing content to flesh out more of the game's world's characters. Gameplay animation continued to work on selection of creatures previously seen in teaser videos, alongside improving the creatures already in the PU. They also progressed with an unannounced addition to the team that the team is looking forward to see in game. Okay, so it's important to note here. Creatures. Selection of creatures previously seen in teaser videos alongside improving creatures already in the PU. Multiple creatures. I'm not saying that they're going to be releasing the space whale. I'm just heavily implying it. The storm wall. Getting sandworms. With CIG's team currently, I wouldn't be surprised if they managed to do that. But yeah. Yeah, caveman crafting. That's kind of what I was hinting at. It seems like an odd thing that they're focusing really on tools right now. For those of you who get that, why would CIG be focusing heavily on tools? Why would CIG need cleaner tools to allow for them to use things? Art characters. Character art continued working on utility and specialist armors, while character concept art supported IAE and progressed with their ongoing exploration of fauna. So yeah, more exploration of fauna. I do like the specialist armors. The utility thing's been around for a while. Art ships. Last month, ship art moved several unannounced vehicles towards their gray box reviews, while others approached their Lot Zero and final content reviews. Work on RSI Polaris also continued, with ship's exterior approaching completion. So, for those who don't know what Lot Zero is the last step before the final, out. So their gray box reviews, others approach their Lot Zeros and final content reviews. So they have some that are entering gray box, some that are almost done, and some that are completely done that are just getting through their final checks. Yeah, they added Lot Zero recently because it used to be gray box to final art, and they added Lot Zero in between the gray box and final art. And so it's sort of a step before final art. It means that whatever's there depends on the size and everything like that, but it's almost done. It's in the final stages. That could mean days, weeks, months, but it's usually not years in Lot Zero. It's usually a couple of months at most. Community. In support of Alpha 3.24, the community team made improvements and updates to the new player and welcome back pilot guides. They also provided an update to Cargo Guide alongside a Q&A with recently released Aegis Saber Peregrine. The team also focused heavily on compiling and sharpening player feedback internally. The team's standout event last month was the Ship Showdown 2954, with players from across the community submitting creative entries to determine which ships made it to the top. Phase 1 saw citizens submitting original creations of their favorite vehicles in the community hub and social media before the top 16 faced off in daily voting battles. After much voting, the Anvil F8C Lightning was crowned Ship Showdown Champion of 2954. Neat. The community team also supported the release of a limited number of general admission CitizenCon 2954 tickets before connecting the community at Gamescom 2024 in Cologne. This stop in the Bar Citizen Tour brought us together with players for an unforgettable experience, including the treasure hunt, prizes, and 2 Bar Citizen events. Later in August, the team met with more fans in Seattle at PAX West during another Bar Citizen event at Stoop Brewing. Looking ahead, we're excited to meet even more Star Citizen players in the Marina Grande, Portugal, and during TwitchCon in the US and California. Community team. The progress tracker was also updated with the latest production scale through 2024. It introduces a significant shift in how deliverables are tracked while maintaining transparency throughout the year. Further updates, including 2025, will follow soon. With CitizenCon 2954 coming in October, the team spent much of August gearing up for the event, including setting up the venue layout, preparing community booths, and more. So it's important to note, because this is something that comes up a lot. But people have often said that, X, Y, and Z, I've heard Ray's Guide say this, and I disagree with Ray's Guide in this, but you probably heard that that's like, of course, CIG is holding back 4.0 so they can show off 4.0, more 4.0 stuff at CitizenCon, and we'll see more 4.0 stuff at CitizenCon. But based off of what CIG said in the past, they're probably not. Because they wanted to have 4.0 out before CitizenCon, and it may or may not happen. At this point, it doesn't look like it's happening. They want CitizenCon to be about something different. And it takes a while for you to plan these things. This is August, and they're setting up things like the venue layout and community booths and more. So they're setting everything up so that it's set up for the actual event in August, before the changeover had happened. They likely had lineups for presentations and other things back in July, because a lot of these things take time to capture footage and such like that. So this is another example of that, where it takes a long time to plan an event like CitizenCon. Usually 3 to 6 months ahead of time, they need to start nailing down what they're actually going to do. And typically it's not going to be the last minute. So What we're likely seeing is what CIG is going to be doing beyond 4.0, or at least what they think they're going to be doing beyond 4.0. So that's the thing to keep in mind. And someone's already asking, when is 4.0 coming? According to CIG, this year. Q4, sometime. Okay, yeah. Core gameplay. All right, so this is the long one. Throughout August, the various gameplay feature teams continued to improve the hangar and cargo flows for Alpha 3.24 based on feedback from the PTU. Meanwhile, a lot of behind-the-scenes changes progressed that will improve how various gameplay systems handle environments that span multiple servers. Progress was made on the overheat mechanic, with core gameplay adding support for different atmospheric temperatures. For example, weapons will overheat at different rates based on their environment. Charge and drain progressed too, and are now features client-side prediction to give immediate feedback to players when they're charging or draining, even if there's latency between the client and the server. The team began adding logic to declutter the UI by grouping markers of the same type, while the implementation of the weapon groups and group presets continued. August saw continued progress on jump points, which began with improved debugging tools to better visualize potential exit points for players. Turbulence was also implemented, which will affect the flight experience within the tunnel. Designers are currently tweaking the strength to get the desired impact. Visual effects were added too, including cockpit vibration based on where the tunnel based on where in the tunnel the player is located, and obstacles were placed that players would be required to navigate around. Further failure states for jump tunnels were determined before the feature was submitted to QA for testing. Progress was then made on resource network, engineering gameplay, and life support. So basically all of this is saying is that they're wrapping up and doing final touches on a lot of different aspects because they're trying to make sure it works with server meshing. This is back again in August. They're trying to make sure, like last month, they're trying to make sure everything is working decentralized or centralized rather than like on the game server in the hybrid service in the background. For example, core gameplay implemented a new behavior for critical components, which will replace the existing SOP death mechanic. When live, only certain items like power plants will trigger an explosion or soft death when destroyed. That's a good update. The engineering screen was polished, while a new room selection UI was added for life support. The team also gave design the ability to control the total power output of multiple active power plants. This way, more power plants don't necessarily result in linearly increasing power production. Significant time was also dedicated to fixing stability issues and bugs following QA testing. That sounds an awful lot like polish. I even mentioned polish a couple of times. It sounds like they're in the final stretch of 4.0. July's work on radar and scanning continued throughout August, with the team reviewing it in Arena Commander to assess the impact on the player experience and tune values to achieve the desired effect. They also focused on closing out feature work for the Delta signatures, giving design more control over how to react to changes. Delta signatures, for those who don't know, is just the change in signatures. I don't know if it's a technical term in like signals groups or anything like that, but typically Delta just means changes, so I assume that just means Delta signatures. Tasks were completed for audio signatures too. Core gameplay continued supporting transit in the run-up to the live release, while adjusting how transit data is stored to lower the maintenance overhead on level design. Elsewhere, the team reworked the shot annunciator. It will turn red if someone targets the player and fires their weapon. Annunciators for weapons, power thrusters, and shields were completed, while overheating and off states were implemented. This is something that was mentioned before. Somebody in the comments was like, why is Paul so obsessed with these things? And I'll explain to you. If I don't fully understand it, or if I generally get it, there's going to be somebody who doesn't understand it at all, because I'm more enmeshed with these sorts of things than your average person who's just casually following Star Citizen. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm getting the right information, because sometimes I don't get the right information. And if I get something wrong, please let me know in the comments down below. I'd love to make those corrections in the future, because I do read your comments and they do hurt my feelings sometimes. Let's see. The ongoing mission system refactor progressed with the team fixing various issues, causing existing behaviors to break or function incorrectly. The mission system can now run in minimal mode, allowing it to be included in the sending service and upcoming mission factory service, mission factory, which generates contracts. Interesting. But yeah, for those who don't know, the Annunciator is sort of like a symbol that lets you know what's going on. So like it tells you when like weapons, power, thrusters, and shields are off or damaged or whatever. So it's like the little status symbols, effectively. I am a big old dummy who bring no work. All right, there it is. Clients can now query available missions and contract, and the contract generator can apply legacy settings to work with the previous system too. Implementation of service beacons for the mission system refactor began, while core gameplay supported mission design on the remaining blockade runner and cargo hauling missions. Developers working on cargo gameplay primarily focused on major remaining stability and gameplay issues. For example, they fixed several problems with hangar instance queues getting stuck and players being assigned the wrong hangar. Functionality was also added to Instanced Interior Manager to better support removing non-active hangar instances. Several hauling mission bugs were solved, resulting in relating to the warehouse manager and freight elevator kiosk interactions, alongside issues with the kiosk transferring items on and off the loading platform. Bugs were also fixed relating to the whole C auto-loaded commodity transactions, and ship loading platforms getting broken by obstructions, with the fixes set to be implemented in the near future. So for those of you who had hull Cs that are broken, apparently they have it, that just hasn't been added to the fixing yet. Finally, for core gameplay, the devs spent considerable time reviewing internal and external feedback to plan further improvements to the features released in Alpha 3.24. So, I mean, the gist of this, because this is always the longest one, because they kind of combined all these teams together into their own, I guess, strike teams. What we're seeing is a lot of 4.0 being wrapped up. So they're kind of in the stages where they're sending it to QA to get tested, to make sure it's good before it's finally released. They even said, like, you know, they're ready, getting ready for closing out feature work or continue supporting transit in the run up to the live release while adjusting how transit data is stored. They're working on all these sort of little things that are important for 4.0, and they're kind of wrapping up those aspects. Doesn't mean that they're done, but again, this is throughout the month of August. So, economy. The economy team spent the month getting closer to uniting all of their work into a cohesive economy consisting of ships, items, missions, fuel, consumables, freelancing, careers, and more. Progress was also made on the economy setup for Pyro. Graphics, VFX programming, and Planetech. Alongside the ongoing stability and performance improvements for Vulkan, the graphics team improved the debugging tools for the long-term health of the dev experience. For global illumination, support was added for high-gloss specular reflections, which builds on previous rough specular work. The team also added live updates to GPU ray tracing, acceleration structures, and began working on improvements to transparent objects. Performance-wise, the global illumination system now supports both temporal and spatial subsampling to accumulate the same visual result with fewer rays per frame. Ongoing tasks consist of async creation and additional types of destructible renderer objects, such as gas cloud chunks, to reduce frame time spikes on the CPU. For Planetech V5, yes, the team focused on enhancing terrain performance throughout a compute shader-driven pipeline that caches material attributes to reduce redundant computations. So making it more efficient, I guess. Alongside this, the revamped material scattering system now supports physically based distribution, allowing for denser biomes such as jungles and forests by eliminating distinctions between small and large mesh ground covers. Can we have less fucking rocks, Planetech team? New per-object climate concept and new terrain attributes were introduced, including geology and soil maps. Soil maps? And geological maps. That's interesting. Yeah, climate concept. So that's been the thing for Planetech V5. Oop, I forgot about that. Forgot to turn off all of the alerts. My bad. I just forgot to turn off the alerts. It's okay. Yeah, no, it's go through this a little bit, going back to where it was. Oh yeah, they're doing a lot of like weather related stuff. There's a lot of efficiency stuff with Planetech V5. This is the same one that's going to be dealing with like AI, possible AI, machine learning algorithms to naturally distribute biomes better. The theme for Planetech V5 seems to be weather, and like how weather would actually affect planets and such. All right, Planetech also spent part of August supporting Montreal Tools team on the location scatter tool. For this, they provided new terrain query API for large-scale queries and extended query capabilities with future tasks aimed at supporting SDF-based terrain queries. A lot of queries in that sentence. Support for the live release included fixes for the invisible asteroid bug and other issues. Following on from last month's report, the VFX team focused on fire hazards. The feature work is now complete, with the focus shifting on bug fixing and balanced design. Particle effects connections for jump tunnels were implemented. The devs are now focusing on polishing the VFX and supporting graphics technology. The team also progressed with significant data conversion with GUIDs, which will help the VFX artists manage particle effects more efficiently. Elsewhere, performance improvements were underway, including using multiple threads for particle updates and adjusting VFX regression tests to detect issues earlier. Interactables. The Interactables team spent time in August on items in Pyro mission content. Lighting. The lighting team continued to support multiple areas of development, including Pyro Space Station, Acidic Caves, and closeout work for Alpha 3.24. Locations. Last month, the Landing Zone team progressed with tasks for Alpha 4.0, including adding new areas and additional polish to Pyro's space stations. Location teams pressed forward with ground bases, moving the initial modules through Greybox. Improvements were also made to several new location types coming with Pyro. Oh, ground bases. So for those of you who don't know ground bases, I'm pretty sure this means player bases. I've not seen them talk about this before. I thought that seems weird. They're going through Greybox with initial modules. It's like, why they wouldn't? We've already seen a lot of stuff for Pyro, so this isn't talking about Pyro. This is talking about base building. So it looks like instead of getting to custom build your interior, you're going to get modules which you build and then place down, kind of like we already have. Mission design. The mission design team spent the time in August updating the salvage mission archetype, enabling it to spawn ground panels and provide FPS gameplay at scrapyards. They also continue to work on the repair location missions recently shown in the social gameplay of Pyro episode of Inside Star Citizen. The team is targeting 3 main gameplay elements for this initial release: charge and drain, charging devices that use batteries for operation, replace component, replacing fuses and relays, repair pipe, fixing damaged pipes using RMC. The team also continues to design resource gathering, including determining which commodity buyers in Stanton would want extracting from Pyro. Well, I know, but yeah. They're also expanding the mechanic to include FPS resource gathering, which will be the first step towards basic MMO-type fetch quests. Elsewhere, a new mission type progressed that the team will discuss in a future update. That's going to be a CitizenCon patch thing. Narrative team spent time last month working with design and branding to further develop new contested zones and enhance the gameplay that players will experience there. The team also made improvements to the cargo hauling missions and continued to work on an unannounced mission content that will be coming to Stanton and Pyro. The narrative design team focused on improving AI behaviors and settlements to give them more natural feel to the NPCs that players will encounter there. They also fleshed out new social AI testbed. New lore was added to the website, with Whitley's Guide to Cutlass Red and additional Galactopedia updates. Plus, there's a very special Star Citizen Live with the narrative team. Online technology. In August, the online services team progressed with features scheduled for Alpha 4.0. Significant progress was made in the updates for the mission and maker systems, and the team completed the new player trade system service, which will allow players to trade game currencies in server meshed environment. Some people got really excited about that. Mentioned gain currencies, meaning multiple currencies. Merits in prison are considered a currency. It's another currency. Sorry. Time was also spent testing and gathering metrics for the newly enabled EAC anti-cheat feature in Evocati and PTU. Alongside helping to stabilize the Alpha 3.24 release, online services helped player relations unblock accounts with lingering login issues. Regarding live tools, the team met with the player support and player experience during a visit to Montreal studio. It was a great opportunity for both teams to sit together and work on the future of Network Operations Center and how it could improve the quality of life for the support teams with its current and upcoming features. Live Tools team. Elsewhere, the architecture for error reporting tool progressed well. VFX. The VFX team continued their support for jump points and dynamic fire, both of which were shown in recent episodes of Inside Star Citizen. They also completed their work on acidic caves, 2 vehicles, and an unnamed energy weapon that has functionality not seen before in the PU. What? unnamed energy weapon? That's interesting. Good to see that. All right, so pretty long, pretty beefy. I think the big takeaways is 4.0 is in the state where it is getting ready to be delivered. They're finished with the content. It's just dialing in elements here and there, polishing it, setting it to QA to make sure there's no bugs and other issues. There may be a few outliers which aren't done, but from the looks of things, pretty much everything's ready to go. And it's not untypical for CIG to even release an Evocati or PTU builds with stuff that's missing from the final patch that's added in later. So from the sounds of things, CIG is pretty much ready to go with 4.0, according to this monthly report. But it's clear that they wanted to let 3.24 have a little bit more time to cook. The other thing that's in here is a lot of stuff. There's some mentions of 1.0, them kind of focusing more on 1.0. There's a lot of meetings between teams to focus on things for the future and kind of how to better synergize with stuff. Let's see, look through some of the stuff. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the stuff is just like straight up implemented for 4.0 stuff. Plus some teasing of like vehicles, weapons, creatures, all sorts of things, this typical kind of experience, and a lot of stuff for CitizenCon that's going to come out. Plus another update for the scanning gameplay, which is FPS and ship scanning. That seems like we'll probably get a little bit more update at CitizenCon for it. But yeah, that's what we have from the PU monthly report for August of 2024. If I'd like to hear your thoughts down below, in the comments down below. Please do leave your comments. I do read them. Try to be civil about it. And if you have gotten this far, please type into chat. In your comment, type moo, M-O-O. Real G's get that reference. Somewhere in your in your comment, and I'll give you a nice little a little heart to say that I read it. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, if you enjoyed this, hit that like button, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be released. And of course, follow us on Twitch. I stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Wednesdays through Fridays, typically between 8 p.m. Eastern and like midnight Eastern-ish. And on the weekends, I start at 1 p.m. Eastern on Saturdays and Sundays. So I'd love to have you come join us and join these wonderful captives I have in my basement for watching me here. And yeah, like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. There we go. Sacre mou! Moo space. We're out. Yes, you're good. I'll see some people are asking some questions here. Plasma FPS gun? Ooh, that would be nice. Like a fire damage but energy weapon. It's now down to the essential refactors of the back end. Ah, yes, Anakra Ren. Love your comments on Spectrum, by the way. Absolutely brilliant on that. Thank you so much. If you just wanted a ban, I could have banned you already, buddy. There's some discussions on here. Some people are asking about 4.0 and stuff like that. And I always like to, they define Delta signatures in June. Delta signatures, this mechanics of vehicles emits signatures when certain actions are performed, such as a ping. Yeah, okay, so I was right about that one. I think I did short-term memory of that one. Yeah. I give a lot of people temp bans, especially when because like I've said then and I'll say now, I don't mind discussion, but I'm not here to be your therapist. If you're gonna have issues with CIG or somebody else or whatever, if you wanna sit here and complain about master modes when we're talking about something else and constantly bring it up, yeah, I'm gonna give you a 24-hour vacation at minimum. Ugh. All right. Someone was asking earlier about flamethrower. I don't think we're going to see flamethrowers. They can't trust us with flamethrowers. What was it? Oh, yeah, 4.0. So there's a bunch of people in comments talking about some stuff. Some people blackpilling in comments. It's probably Anarcharan. Some Doom comments, Doomerin. But what we can tell from this monthly report and what CIG's been talking about a lot, it's clear that 4.0 is maybe not release ready, but it's not like 3 months away sort of thing. CIG typically doesn't start talking about this kind of stuff if they're like unless they're super close. So it's clear, at least internally, CIG is ready to go. The question is more, how much time do they take to let it cook before it comes out? Do they need a lot of time? Do they need a little time? And they're at least doing some server meshing tests, which I know they didn't do one today because they had a crash literally the last minute before they pushed it. So they're going to try it tomorrow, I'm guessing. So yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if CIG does everything in their power to get 4.0 out before CitizenCon. But almost certainly the rule is... almost certainly the rule is, or like their goal is to get it up for IAE. I don't think it's controversial to say they're probably waiting on the mission refactor. Missions are going to be disabled for tonight's test. Probably. It's probably not completely finished, but we don't know what state they were going to use for tonight's test. Because missions may not be testing in tonight's test. From the sounds of things, it was the RMQ and just the server meshing. Because they've mentioned this last month and the month before that the mission refactor. In fact, here, I'll pull it back up again. What was it? They mentioned the mission refactor here. Where are you? Oh, it's in the mission team, right? Because there's an entire thing on mission design. The team also continued to design resource gathering. Okay. They're also expanding the mechanic to include, elsewhere mission types. Yeah, was it somewhere else? Was it online services? Yeah, it's here. Online service team progressed with Mecha for Alpha 4.0. Significant progress was made on the updates for the mission and marker systems. And the team completed the new player trade service, which will allow for players to trade game currencies in the server meshed environment. There's something they mentioned because they said like mission forge or something like that, or mission factory. Remember that saying that. Let's see if we can find it real quick. Here. The ongoing mission system refactor progressed with the team fixing various issues causing existing behaviors to break or functionality to incorrectly. The mission system can now run in minimal mode, allowing it to be included in the seeding service and upcoming mission factory service, which generates contracts. So it is working. It's just not fully involved in it. It's being included in the seeding service and the future mission factory service, which will generate the contents. Rumored Q1 launch. Do we have a source for the rumored Q1 launch, or is it just Morphologist? Because Morphologist isn't a CIG employee. Not only do we not need every feature to be ready for the first Evo build, you don't even need every feature to be ready for the early builds of PTU. No, they were apparently they leaked internal docs. Do you have a link to said internal docs that were leaked? Sharkbite? Because generally speaking, I'd love to have information. If there's information out, where did those leaks come from? That sort of thing. Because that's the first thing I've ever heard of in Aaron Halo. Because Aaron Halo hasn't been mentioned in the monthly reports at all. It hasn't been mentioned in anyone's discussions in Star Citizen, at least from the devs and the things that I track typically. And I haven't seen anything just on it on the progress tracker. So generally speaking, if CIG isn't talking about it, showing it off, writing it in the monthly reports or anywhere else, they're not working on it. Sometimes you don't need every feature to be ready for live. CIG is definitely willing to cut some parts out of the game, for sure. That's what they do with 3.2.3. They just cut half of the patch out and put it into a different patch. I think RMQ stands for replication messaging queue. It's basically just how the servers talk to each other. It's the new one that they're building. They built for server meshing specifically. Would CIG want 4.0 out and working at the same time as Squadron 42, seeing the mass influx of new players finishing story mode and then wanting more to Persistent Universe 4.0? 4.0 is going to be out well before Squadron 42. Squadron 42 is at minimum a year away, if not longer than that. When we're getting abandoned stations in Stanton, after we get them in Pyro. Oh, Aaron Roberts. Wait. Are we talking about a Chinese bar citizen rumor? Because I'm gonna be very honest here. Take anything that's said by a CIG staff member in any sort of Korean or Chinese bar citizens with a gigantic like skepticism. It's not anything to do about China or Korea, but every single time some big rumor about some major event that's happening comes out, it's almost always from those bar citizens, and it's almost always not true. It is the most rumor monger like location at all time. It's not that it got debunked. It's that whenever you hear someone talking about something at a citizen con or at a bar citizen, it's almost always not reliable. Pyro get all the new features before Stanton? Because it's the next system they're working on, so they have all of the latest back-end tech and everything else working on that. They're working on BMM, also Abominable Snowman Cow Eater, 4.0 surprises. Yes, Oddcon. Thank you. 100% they're working on BMM, even though they haven't said anything about it and haven't mentioned anything about it, and no one's slipped up and said anything online or anything else like that. And that's the other thing. It's like whenever you hear something, make sure you see the source. If there's a source for it and that source is reliable, then trust it. But someone saying something on the internet is not a source. I am not a source. If I say something and I make a claim that something's going to happen, I should have some sort of evidence. I can make suppositions, which I often do, based off of the evidence that I can see. Those are suppositions. Still looking if I'm wrong or wrong. It's fine, Sharkbite. It's more of a, I'd like to see those sorts of like extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence sort of thing. One of the big ones that came out was like PlayStation, like Star Citizen's coming on PS5 was one of the big ones, which is like, sure, it could come out on PS5, but typically when you do something like a console release, you need a team of people working on that console release. And you would see either internal discussion or external hiring for somebody who's experienced with console development, because a console is not the same as a PC.
Dem biddies.
Yo, I was told that there's this big change to the plan, bro. Big change, you see, and I cannot stress enough how big the change is. I heard that. Wait, are you sitting down? Everyone sit down because you'll be super surprised. Anyways, I heard that they're going to shift the ordinary to the extraordinary, take the everyday to the highest heights. Come, visit Horizon, the city in the clouds. Just trust me, bro.
Teach wants your references. The history teacher wants you to cite your sources, is what I'm saying. That was me. That was me saying Theaters of War in 2024. I also said Theaters of War in 2023. I will say Theaters of War in 2025. I'm going to continue to believe that Theaters of War is going to come out until someone tells me to stop or shoots me. I don't know who else is saying it. I say it at the beginning of the year when I see what's coming. Like in 2023, I said Theaters of War. But if I'm not Theaters of War, the fucking Arena Commander team is doing business and no one's paying attention to the Arena Commander team. Pay attention to them. And I was right. Arena Commander had a massive overhaul because if you were looking at the monthly reports, it was just Arena Commander, Arena Commander, Arena Commander, Arena Commander, Arena Commander. It was just like DJ and their team was just fucking going crazy in 2022. And so I wasn't surprised when 2023 became the year of Arena Commander because it was the year of Arena Commander. And so I said at the end of this year, at the beginning of this year, I said, they're going to keep up that momentum as long as they have it. They're going to push out for more like combined arms missions and other things like that because they want to have that stuff ready to go because the multiplayer for Squadron 42 is Arena Commander. At least the last we heard, all Squadron 42 packages came packaged with Arena Commander. So Arena Commander is either going to become a separate game that you launch in the launcher away from Star Citizen, or it's going to be packaged in both Star Citizen and Squadron 42, and it'll connect to the same services. So Arena Commander is important because it's going to be Squadron's multiplayer, and you want to have that thing be robust and interesting enough to get people to go from Squadron to Star Citizen. You want me to read this one, Shark Bite? Because it's really funny. I'm going to read the Star Citizen thing. So this is basically... What's the... What? You're not going to tell us the actor's name? It doesn't say the actor's name. It just says a very busy actor. I don't know who this guy is, but apparently he says another major surprise is Star Citizen, where he plays the character named Jimmy, listed for a 2025 date. Chances are the actor is referring to Squadron 42 instead, as the single-player campaign mode is much more likely to get a full branch next year than a persistent universe. You know who fucking Jimmy is. All of you know who fucking Jimmy is. Stig, yeah, it's Jimmy. We're talking about Jimmy. No, he's not in Squadron 42. He says he's Jimmy in Star Citizen. There's only one Jimmy, and he's not Jimmy anymore. His name is Big Jim. His name is James. Oh. It's the Star Citizen, yeah. He's clearly a mocap actor for other things as well. He's the mocap actor for Jimmy. Yes, Jax's sidekick. Thank you for the link there, Shark Bite. But yeah, that's almost certainly what he's referring to. We know who Jimmy is in Star Citizen. When was this released? June 14th. Yeah. Will Jimmy get lines? Jimmy has had lines multiple times. Very early on. That has nothing to do with Squadron, because it's listed. It said another major surprise is quote unquote Star Citizen, where he plays a character named quote Jimmy unquote, listed for a 2025 date. And I doubt a random actor would be given the release date of Star Citizen ahead of everybody else. Like IMDb is notorious for adding just fucking random dates to things because of how that works. So that's really funny though. That's funny because it's clearly that Alessio Poblamo from WCCF Tech has no idea what the fuck they're talking about. So basically any IAE video with Jimmy, this guy could release it. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a 2025 of new Jax videos. I'm sure we'll get new Jax videos this year, but we may not because the team that does the Jax videos does Squadron, and they're probably heads down on Squadron. But anyways, as I was saying, yeah, it's important. Someone said something. Someone was being snarky up here. Who was that? Build an MMO to play the co-op of a single player game. Brilliant. Well, RJ Honda, that's the thing, is that like Arena Commander was already there, and that needed an overhaul. And we all know that Star Citizen's about to get much more brutal. So they wanted a place where players could play and test out and try out the game without the brutal realities of Star Citizen. They had already had a team, which was, I forgot the name of it, the team that shut down recently. It was purchased by Sony. They had hired an outside team to do it, and the team was like 3 people. And they were bought out by Sony, so they stopped working on Arena Commander, and so they hired at least one, if not multiple of them, to come work for CIG. That includes DJ. DJ B, who is the person who's the head of the Arena Commander team, was working for a different company, and then came to CIG specifically. Firesprite, yeah, he worked for Firesprite and then was brought into in-house. So it was a situation where they were using an outside source. They were trying to keep it up to date and trying to let people keep using it. But they had an opportunity to hire somebody who was already familiar with it and bring them inside to work on it. That's really what it was. Because the Arena Commander team is like 6 people. And considering what they've done an amazing job with that 6 people. Here, let me pull up a Galactic, because I realized that it's been a couple years since we've had Jack's video. So IAE 2952. 2951. There you go, just for you, chat. I'm just being snarky. See, I see it's great, and it's utilizing my opportunity. But that's my point. Like, I think people who play a single player game, like Squadron 42, if they have an option to play multiplayer, they'll try it out. And if they try out multiplayer and they like it, you might hear somebody go, "Oh, you like it? Have you tried the MMO?" And people will be like, "There's an MMO of this?" It's like, "Yeah, it's called Star Citizen. You want to try it out?" Yes. And then you slowly drag them into the sphere of Star Citizen, and suddenly they're there.
Behold, the mighty Aegis Redeemer. Behold, the mighty Aegis Redeemer. The once and future next great starship is bristling with uncut firepower to the tune of 6 massive guns and a heaping helping of missiles, ready to jam down the gullet of any baddies foolish enough to give you any trouble. Today, we're set to find out if the infamous Redeemer can create as well as it can destroy. We've filled this ship's auxiliary fuel tanks with a special paint mixture. Stay with me, so that when I fire the thrusters just so, it'll spray stunning swathes of colour across that rooftop, which our fleet of MPUVs is turning into a giant canvas. The idea being to recreate the famous painting Tears of Fire on a massive scale. We'll just do a little bit of that at the bottom, finish that off, there we go. Jack, Smurg, Cleary. Ha! So with precision controls and the spirit of artistic inspiration on our side, it's time to see if this thing makes as good a paintbrush as it does a devastating killing machine. We go!
That's Jimmy.
Well, that was a bit underwhelming. But we aren't done yet. Right. Holy Sheehan Bob! That is it. I've absolutely had it. I can't believe this.
Everybody take 5.
I mean, what a piece of garbage! I accidentally plagiarised myself, and then I have the gall to think I can write the shit with some over-the-top stunt, and it doesn't even bloody work. I don't care what the kids like, Jimmy. This is the bloody Aegis Redeemer. I can't believe I thought that using the nastiest gunship to ever make a Vandal soil its bioarmor would be well served farting paint onto somebody's penthouse. lost my way, Jim. I don't think it's even about the ships anymore. Yeah, well, you host the show, Jimmy. I'm done.
That's Jimmy. You can find that in game. Apparently, it's still on the rooftop of Microtech somewhere.
Cut! Jimmy, we're rolling. You want a bucket? Nope. We're over here, Jimmy. Uh-huh. Eyes front. Reset.
With Jimmy.
I can't believe he's really doing it. I still don't know how you're going to pull this bit off solo. Likely kill yourself. Oh my god, he's going to kill himself! Jimmy. Now we're even for what happened in God.
Okay, let's see what this cannon can really do for a proper big finish.
I can't believe he's really doing it.
Okay, let's see what this cannon can...
And speaking of finished, I think we better get out of here.
What are you doing, Jimmy? Enjoying the view? Got a show to finish.
This is the big finale, which is nice. But yeah, that's Jimmy. It was Level Cap's video. I was remembering. It has a pipeline leaks in it. I still think they likely release Squadron for ILW 2025, but if it gets delayed, I'm not eating any hats. It's always important to remember. He was also Dr. Becker in Alien Dark Descent. Okay. Who'd you mean? So its name is Mike Bodie. That sounds familiar. Sorry, I'm late to the stream. When's the next supposed to be coming in? I'll if you click the link, or here, I'll pull it up again. I have no problem showing off the bad boy once more, because it is a good boy, the bestest boy.
So, where do you want it?
Whenever they do stuff like that, this early, it means it's coming the next patch. Now, 4.0 is obviously the next patch, but we do have at least one more patch between there, if not multiple patches. 3.24.1 and .2. Yeah, Squirrel gets the reference. So yeah, it's almost certainly coming out in 3.24 patch. Probably .1, which is my guess the 20th is when they're planning on it. New LTI token? Maybe. Gonna get a class 2 ready for this thing, right? That was just released today on Twitter. It was just released today on Twitter, so. The combat version is not going to be released until closer to CIG's release of Squadron. With Sitcon most likely being heavily Squadron 42 focused, I wouldn't be surprised if the Whitley's Guide videos are in Odin for Squadron 42 marketing. Could be. I don't think we'll see a Squadron the Whitley's Guide stuff for this year because they're still super heads down on Squadron. I think it's probably more like next year. That's why I said 2025. What do you think the chances are that we'll see a dev flying in a Zeus and the tech preview? Probably not in the tech preview, but definitely in a PTU. It's not going to be able to pick up 1 to 2 SCU boxes. Almost certainly going to be Beam Citizen. You missed a lot. There was a tech preview of 800 to 1,000 plus people that was canceled at the last moment because of crash for server meshing and RMQ. Likely going to be released tomorrow or attempted to be released tomorrow. They teased the Titan suits are coming out soon. My guess would be a 3.24.1 or .2 patch. And gosh, what else is there? Cow. Lots of cows, and party. Business in the front, party in the back. You know, mullets. .1 is probably the Citizen Con patch. .2 is probably IAE patch. No, I would say .1 is coming out probably before even September, and then .2 will be Citizen Con. Yeah, so apparently it was all ready to go, and they did the last test before they were going to pull it out, and QA found a debilitating crash that happened. So they weren't able to deploy it like they wanted to. Yeah, rather than a toggle, it'd be nice to have a shader for stubble. They pulled the tech preview because of a crash at the last moment. The reason why they don't have an update of when it's going to happen is because they went to bed. So I'm sure they'll have an update tomorrow on what's going to happen. But it's clear that they're trying to get that tech preview out this weekend. We'll know more tomorrow about how bad it is. So I'm going to be honest. I got to get up super fucking early tomorrow because I'm going to be streaming. Let me do this right. I am going to be streaming.
For the glory of the Imperium of Man, tomorrow at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Eastern, which is 6 a.m. Pacific. And I'm going to be streaming that game until I'm done streaming it. Probably a long time. So come join us. For the Emperor.
I'm going to get going. Thank you for the update. I love you and what you do on your channel. You're bringing much lore to the game and life. Much appreciated. Thank you. The next lore video for Star Citizen is probably not going to be this weekend, but next weekend. I probably will have it available for my Patreons this weekend. It is on the Gladius. So it's almost done. I have to sit down and finish writing it, but yeah. Friday afternoon here. Yeah, it'll probably be, are you talking about the, Wikipedia, after discussions looking at the issue, the current build, we cannot go out to tech preview. Networking team is looking at things, but the crash that was hit might, right at launch, would chain the servers very quickly and blocking test tonight. We're going to have to try again once we can fix the issue, which will most likely not be till the morning. Okay, so they are going to look at it in the morning. So, thank you. It's Friday afternoon, so I must have missed it. Oh, your stream. Oh, no, I'm talking about, as I said, tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern. So 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow is 9 a.m. on Friday, the 6th of 2024, September 6th, 2024. Do your conversions. I hope they aren't crunching too hard. Stay classy. They are. CIG is going to basically be a one long crunch between September and December. Nope, they are sleeping. Oh, I'm sure they're sleeping now, but they're going to be working over the weekends. They're going to do everything they can to get 4.0 out because typically this is the time period that CIG gets most of its work out, which in my opinion is bad. Like ab crunches, burpees. Yes, burpees. Because it's always like this. And it's so fucking annoying that it's like this. Because it's like, beginning of the year, you're coming off the hype of the last year. Usually you do a little bit of a bump for Invictus. Once Invictus is out, it's fucking a desert from July through, or from June through August and September. And then somewhere around August and September, CIG just shoots right back up to the productive mode and just works really hard. They coast from September all the way to December, riding on CitizenCon and IAE and new patches. All of their biggest patches of the year release around that time. And then they reach December, they go on break, and then they kind of have a little lull, and then it kind of pulls back up for the next Invictus, and then the cycle repeats all the time, every fucking year since like 2019. And it's fucking goddamn annoying. Because it feels like instead of having a nice low buzz where they can just keep a constant update, they do these spikes, and I can't imagine that's good for the morale of the company or for the people working. Is the server meshing test this weekend or next? This weekend. It was actually supposed to come out today, but they had a massive issue at the last minute, and so they had to pull it until at earliest tomorrow morning. Oh, they made it much easier to find, yes. No problem. Yeah, but Morph has never seen it this bad. I'm going to be talking with Morph this Saturday on Space Tomatoes stream, Citizen Central. I'm going to try to be as professional as possible with Morph because because here's the thing. I don't hate Morph, and I don't think Morph is being disingenuous with their concerns. I just think that Morph has a tendency to over-exaggerate and to kind of get into that the doomerism, that just kind of to fall into doomerism. I do it too. I just typically don't try to promote it a lot. And it's easy to do so because everyone does it. And, you know, I even seen like Space Tomato kind of fall into it too, with the same sort of thing. Like, I've never been this bad. It's like, I always get confused when people say it's like, it's always this bad. CIG just goes from highs to lows. And the problem is that CIG every year has well increased their highs. People are, it's just going up and up and up and up and up. Like, I'm sure this year between September and December, especially if CIG gets 4.0 in earlier on out, you're going to see Star Citizen just fucking explode in terms of interest and discussion. And a lot of people will be like, wait, this isn't a scam. And more people will hop on to the train. And then what's going to happen is come March, CIG is going to slow down, or come December, they're going to start slowing down, and then they're not going to pick it up again until at least March, probably April. And if CIG continues this pattern, then June is going to be fucking awful. It's going to be the worst you've ever seen it, because the highs are so highs, the lows are going to feel even lower. It's like manic depressive. Yeah, it's the way the community works. And a lot of it is to do with how CIG manages expectations. CIG is awful at dealing with this because they're so technical mindset. Their focus is video game development, right? Which is what it should be. But they're at the stage where they need to start thinking about community management, public relations, and like managing not expectations, but managing community in a way of continuing to keep people's spirits enthused, keep people engaged even when there's not a lot out. You know, we've gotten a lot more better content from ISC and SCL, which is one of the reasons why personally I don't see 4.0 being like, oh, it's going to release in March. No. 4.0 is going to release this year. Release and everything, because CIG is ready for it. Will it be great? No. During the quiet time every year, people say it's never been this bad. Yeah, it always has been. But you also got to look at things like the funding tracker. If things were this bad, then why is the funding tracker tracking above 2023 or 2024's levels of like money? People are spending money in Star Citizen. They're not slowing down, and it'll probably spike again. It's when you go super, when you hit highs you've never seen before and it bounces down, it hurts, especially for content creators. I cannot tell you how bad it is for content creators. Star Citizen Summers is like the fucking Sahara Desert. It's like during the winters and falls, it's like you're at a luxury resort. New people are coming in all the time. You're getting a lot of new interactions. More people watching your videos. Things are feeling great, and it kind of goes down a little bit, but it pops back up for Invictus. So it's like, hey, it's doing good. And then you hit the summer, and it's like, should I even still be doing this? Like, is anybody even watching? Does anybody give a shit? Because Star Citizen is bad. Gaming in general is bad, but Star Citizen is real bad for it. Can we still sell directly from ships at TDD? Yes, if you've lowered it down. As long as you go outside and stuff, yeah. But if you're wondering why a lot of creators get super like doomer pilled in this time period, it's because that we see the numbers drop and we're like, maybe it's this year. Maybe this is the year that we finally get the fucking big one to just throw out from under us. Yeah, you just have to make sure you store the ship before you sell it. It's that Spike Graph online community tab where we're so back, it's so over, but CIG could have do several things to alleviate it. Exactly, that's my point. CIG has the ability to manage those expectations, but they need to do things which typically you don't want to do. Most game developers and gamers don't like. I'm going to say the words with me, and do not get mad at me, chat, okay? I'm not doing this. Don't assume the wrong thing. They need to trust marketing. But CIG also needs to hire younger marketers. Because they're bad at this right now. What they need to do is do a marketing beta. We all know what a marketing beta is. It's not actually a beta. It's not actually an alpha. It's released simply, specifically to generate hype. Yeah, I know. People are like, marketing? It's a gamma? Kind of. Like, if CIG wanted to reduce something like this in the future, what I would do is, if CIG has the tech preview system still around, maybe scrape up a limited build of the next system. So if Nyx isn't out by middle of next year, make a tech preview system of Nyx with everything you have that's working in some way. Plan it out now for it. Start planning for it now, and release it in July. Release it in June to content creators and to Wave 1 PTU. Release that for about a week, and then over the course of the week, slowly add more people to it. Yeah, you could get data. Data would be nice, but this isn't for data. This is to keep people interested in the game. And then as you slowly leak it out, as people are making videos on it, you get in more hype building, more and more people play it. You might get some data, but you're getting people excited and interested. And then you close it, say, thank you for testing. We'll use this data and kind of come back to you. And you do it in July. Do it at the end of June, early July. And do it for a week. Bingo bango, you've got a community that's jazzed up and ready for the next content. Yeah, they're gonna have to wait a little bit longer, but they had a chance to play the game before everybody else did, and it's tech preview, so it's like, oh, it's got problems. Like, yeah, it's technical preview. Like, but the problem about that is anything can happen between now and then, which would delay that. So you have to prepare for it well beforehand, even if you don't actually need it. Yeah, we're stopping for the night. What I'm coming? You didn't miss anything. I'm just talking about CIG's bad at managing communities, managing their own community. It would help your content creators because they would actually have a boost in interest in something. You'd give them a little bit of head time, and then you give everybody else it over time so that people have more access to it. Anywho. And free to play AX. AX? Oh, AC, yeah. If we don't go bonkers on Squadron 42, we have a problem. Oh, we're talking about Squadron 42. I don't think Squadron 42 is coming out that early. I could be wrong. I don't think so, though, because we would see a lot more beta discussions, and there's very few beta discussions in the monthly reports. So, but we'll see. Almost certainly, this CitizenCon is Squadron 42 based. So, anyways, have a good night. Thank you for watching. I'm going to be gone because I'm going to be back tomorrow morning, ridiculously early, to play some Space Marine 2 with Loken for
the Emperor who sits on the golden throne of Terra, and for the Imperium of Man.
Thank you for watching. I'll see you tomorrow, and like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.